Okay, we're going to call to order the Town of Telluride, Colorado Town Council meeting at 9:32 a.m. It is Tuesday, August 6th, 2024, and we are hybrid and in person in Rebecca Hall at 113 West Columbia Avenue. Starting with my right, I would like to do roll call.
Ellen 11.
Jesse Rier-Gris.
Geneva Shawnet.
BNP.
Dan Enright.
And Teddy Erico as mayor. First item on the agenda is executive session. 1A, wastewater treatment plant MOU for a conference with the town attorney for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and/or instructing negotiators under CRS Section 24-6-4024E and Section 4.C of the Telluride Home Rule Charter. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Dan, a second from me. And Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Ian, yes. Elena, yes.
Jesse Rier, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Teddy, yes. The time is now 9:51 and the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session were Kyle Beck, Zoe Denal, Ellen Levin, Jesse Arguez, Geneva Shawnette, me and Fee, Ashley Story Von Sprecken, Dan Enright, Kevin Geiger, and Teddy Erico. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred in the executive session in violation F of the open meetings law, I would ask you that you state your concerns for the record. Seeing none, the next item on the agenda is we are going to bounce around to number 5, appointments to boards and commissions. Current board openings. The Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies from citizens interested in volunteering their service on one of the following towns' boards, committees, or commissions. Applications must be received by noon on Monday, August 19th, 2024, for possible consideration at the next town council meeting, August 27th, 2024. Board of Adjustment and Appeals, 5 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term. Ecology Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Election Commission, 1 regular seat for a 2 year term, town resident. Ethics Commission, 3 alternate public at large seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. 1 regular public at large seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Historical and Architectural Review Commission, 2 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident at least 1 year. 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident at least 1 year. Open Space Commission, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident. Parks and Recreation Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Planning and Zoning Commission, 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident at least 1 year. Public Art Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Please note that town council may choose to appoint a sitting alternate to a regular seat vacancy. Should that occur, council reserves the right to appoint any applicant to an alternate position. I will move on to agenda item number 6, consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented in the packet?
I move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Second.
We have a motion from Jesse Ray, a second from Ashley. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Me, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. The consent calendar is approved unanimously. It is 9:54. We've got 6 minutes. I'll take kind of a straw poll. Do we want to do our council reports now?
Yeah.
we like to get through that? I can start with Elena if she's ready.
Oh, I
We
can,
we can bounce around to whoever is ready, including myself.
let's see, what do I have? So I have kind of a long one.
That's okay.
Okay.
6 minutes.
We'll go as
So,
far as we can make it and we'll restart. if we have to.
we had a HARC meeting right after our last town council meeting. And there were a few, public projects in there. Virginia Placer 2 was seen for the third time, for not the first time. So they shifted the project a little bit lower, and created like a module that's almost a separate building to help break up the mass and scale. They also broke up the roof form on that. And done some step backs, and a lot of shed roofs have been added slanting to the south to really bring down the mass and scale. It was approved with 4 simple conditions. So that's cool. The Tower House townhomes were seen again. So these are the private units on the Tower House lot. That lot's getting split into 2. So these are on the south side of the lot. The architects introduced a new material. The east building was reduced by 2 feet, but they added a non-traditional roof to the building, which is sort of like a double angled roof, kind of like a mid-century modern style roof that from the pedestrian scale, like can look like a shed roof. The west building was reduced by a foot. They rotated some of the stairs so it's more symmetrical, but there's still some controversy around the overall height and around the asymmetrical shed roof that I just mentioned. There were also concerns around site coverage regarding the parking area. We do not count parking areas as site coverage, but there was a lot of pushback on that, although our staff and the design guide or the land use code supported the way that it had been interpreted, that they're within site coverage, but there was a lot of conversation around that. Yeah, so that area is not technically enclosed. It's open on 3 sides, so it's not considered part of the site coverage. It was continued with conditions until August 21st. They requested to add some heavier partial foundation and maybe heavier screening on the parking area, so it didn't appear to be like floating as much in space. There were a lot of references to Mendota, which is across the street. They also requested to adjust the asymmetrical roof, and that really seemed to be the sticking point for the continuation for not approving it. They also wanted to set back the 4th floor facades on the north side. And then there was a request to move the stairs away from the sidewalk or consolidate them into one stairway. Currently, the way it's designed, the stairs are right up against the sidewalk. So to have a little bit of room, because they also like turn. So I think a request to rework that makes sense. But so that was discussed for a long time, and there were a lot of that was their 4th time seeing it, and so they had to have a special request that was allowed by Zoe in order to see it for a 5th time. Beyond that, like it'll probably move into an appeal process if it gets denied. So then we saw sorry, I wasn't totally prepared for this. Oh, we saw a residential house on East Columbia. That's going to be a complete rebuild. It was the first time we saw it. There were some concerns about it. The big ones being that the chimney isn't traditional and that they proposed a false facade on the accessory unit that appears to be a shed roof, but in reality isn't. It's like a porch. So there were some requests to change that. It was continued. So we'll see that again. And then we also had a work session on a historic building on North Spruce. The architects were proposing to move the historic building, and there was a lot of pushback from the board on that. Both plans that the architect brought included moving the building, and it was decided by the board that because of the historic, because it's historic contributing, I'm saying that wrong, but that it was important that it remain where it was, because that is an important part of the kind of historic nature of these buildings. So that was just a work session. I think it was good that they got all that feedback because it kind of changed their plan, but that will be split into 3 different developments. So one being the historic building, a new residential in the back, including an EDU, and then another residential adjacent to it because it's on a pretty big lot. So that was hard. I have more meetings, but we're at 10, so I can pause.
No problem. We'll start back up with you when we get to that. Next item on the agenda is to go into the Telluride Housing Authority meeting. Do I have a motion to go into the Telluride Housing Authority meeting?
So moved.
Do I have a
Second.
motion from Jesse Ray, a second from me, and Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Ian?
Yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes. Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously to go into Telluride Housing Authority. And with that, I will hand it off to Geneva.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to call to order the Telluride Housing Authority meeting of Tuesday, August 6th, 2024 at 10 a.m. All members of the THA board are present. We're here in Rebecca Hall as well as on Zoom. And our first order of business is approval of minutes from the July 16th meeting. Did anybody have any comments on those minutes?
No comments, and I'll make a motion to approve.
I second.
All right, we've got a motion to approve from Teddy, a second from Dan. How do you vote?
Teddy votes yes.
Dan, yes.
Elena, yes.
Jesse, Ray, yes.
Vivian, yes. Ashley, yes.
And Geneva, yes. So we approve the minutes unanimously and we'll move on to number 2, work sessions. Discussion of rental housing policies. So we've been talking about these rental housing policies or guidelines, I should say, for quite a while, and really happy to see that sort of the word has gotten out. We can hear more from the community about some of these proposed changes. So why don't we start with staff taking us through kind of a background, and look forward to kind of hearing from everybody who took time out of the day to come let us know what they think.
Are you looking for a background as to the whole policy implementation or just?
What were you thinking about for discussing here, is just going through those discussion points?
Yeah, just for those, thank you for all coming today. We're glad you're finally here. So I can give a broader overview of the policies and why we're implementing policies. Or I can just jump into just the topics for today. So I don't know if you,
I think that a broad overview would be great so that we're all starting with the same understanding.
okay, yep. Do you want to get that or do you want me to get that?
Would you mind?
Yep, no, not at all. So starting at the end of last year, the Telluride Housing Authority Subcommittee determined that rental-wide policies were needed for our rental program. So there's several reasons that THA determined that this was necessary. One of the big reasons is that we need more consistency across each one of our projects. So for instance, Sunnyside operates very differently than Chandoka right now. So the idea behind these policies is to offer clarity as to what a lot of those qualification processes will be across the properties, to have one central document where all of this information can be located to assist both staff and current and prospective tenants, so that there's one place that you can go to get most of your questions answered. Right now, there is a lot of discretion at the staff level, which is not always a bad thing. But what we have seen is that there are a lot of places where processes can be streamlined. And it's best to have this in, again, one location so that these questions can be answered just by going to one document, regardless of who's asking this question, whether it's staff, whether it's a council member, a current tenant, prospective tenant, attorney for a current or prospective tenant, whoever it might be, there's one document to get these questions answered and to really specify what these qualification criteria are. Another big thing, and we went over this several times before, is that there really isn't a current waitlist policy. And the wait list is pretty big for those that are waiting on housing right now. And it's a big question as to when are they going to be offered something? How is it determined that they're even going to be offered an available unit? So now with these written policies, staff has direction as to how they are supposed to offer an available unit. There is still some discretion that exists within the policies, which again is a good thing. The program does need to be somewhat flexible, but for the most part, all of these properties will operate more or less the same, just with different qualification criteria by property. So this exhibit, I think it's Appendix A to the policies, which is the green. If any of you have been following, it's that green chart that's been attached to all of the staff memos, is meant to be really just a one-page overview of what qualification by project is. So the idea with this one chart is that for the most part, anyone who has a question will be able to come to this one page and get that question answered. They'll probably then need to refer to the policies themselves to know what the actual numbers are, but at least they'll have an idea looking at this one chart what the qualification would be for any one property that they might be interested in. So I think the number is 57%, but I think that's worth noting. When this was first started back at the end of 2023, one big reason that staff and the THA subcommittee and eventually the board wanted to implement these policies was because under the current qualification criteria that we have for our properties, 57% of current tenants are ineligible, meaning that I could either enforce and have 57% of households have their lease terminated and they would lose their housing. Or the alternative is that we could change the criteria. And it seemed pretty clear to everyone at the time that changing the criteria was the best way to have these policies fit our current community makeup. And that's what we decided to do. So instead of enforcing and having 57% of current tenants lose their housing, we're changing the rules to accommodate that 57% for the most part. There are still some outliers who will still be outside of the qualification criteria, and that's what we've been discussing over the past few months. We do anticipate an adoption of this to occur sometime within the next couple of months. But of course, as discussions have been ongoing, and now that we have some public here to comment, we fully understand that a lot of this could change, might change. There's still room to change it, still time to change it. So that's what we are continuing to discuss today and over the next couple of months until adoption does occur, if it will still occur.
Okay. Well, what do we want to do, everybody? Should we go through some of these discussion questions of the document? Or should we open up to public comment first and kind of let that guide the discussion?
I think it should be public comment first.
Great. Okay, great. I totally agree. I know that I don't know what the main topics of comment are, so I'd love to hear them. I'm not gonna justify that with anything. So if you'd like to make comment, I don't know if folks have signed up on the sign-in sheet. We're gonna limit comment to 3 minutes per person, and we'll alternate between someone in the room and someone on Zoom.
I don't know if this is for item 1 or 2, but.
Okay. Start in the room. I've got Sarah Holbrook's listed first, but I imagine wants to speak about the next item.
Yeah, I want to speak about the commercial space, okay. Yeah.
Okay, great. And then Matthew's last name starts with an L. Are you here? Oh, same with you? Okay, great. Then next up would be Mr. Mark Vernier, if you'd like to step up and share with us your thoughts.
Thanks, y'all.
Sure.
Ready? Go. Hey, y'all. Thanks for having me
Sorry,
today.
Mark, just hold on
No,
one
sorry.
second for Tiffany.
Sorry.
Thank
Too
you.
soon.
Doesn't have to be crazy. but-
Okay, I'm ready, thank you.
Thanks,
Good.
Mark.
Okay. Most of you know me. If you don't, my name is Mark Reinier. I'm a resident of Sunnyside, long-term Telluride occupant, I guess. We don't say local, obviously. But I've been in the restaurant industry the entire time that I've been here, both from the bottom all the way to the top, working as a busser all the way to management. I've managed Laurmont for the last couple of years. I recently left that position to help open the Grand. So I'm really excited to be a part of that. I'm really excited to be here to speak to you all as well. I do want to thank you. I know this is really, really tricky and hard. There's so many moving parts, so many strong opinions, we'll say. I really want to speak to kind of Sunnyside in general for me, just because it is a family-oriented community. I feel really, really lucky to be there. I feel lucky to be here. I know that most, if not all, of the people that live at Sunnyside are working right now. They're not able to attend these meetings. We have been talking about things and just kind of voicing concerns, but by no means am I the voice of them. This is just me. I do want to voice first objection, or I don't know how to put it, but with the whole tiered system, it feels very much like a company store. Like Telluride is a mining town. We all know what that means. You know, if I make more money, you're telling me right now that that should come to you. You know, that should come to the town of Telluride versus, you know, I make a little extra money and I happen to bump into the next tier, that money goes to you. It doesn't go to a nice bottle of wine for my wife on her birthday or an extra day on the beach with my kids, you know, or long-term, you know, money for college or a nest egg to buy a home of my own. It literally will be, I worked my butt off this year. I got a raise, I got a new job, whatever it might be. You're telling me that that should come to you. You know, the way that the tiers are set up, there's so many of them. It is very likely that even year in, year out, I'll be jumping tier, jumping tier, jumping tier, you know, and also, you know, that speaks to the mental health of our community. You know, I literally don't know next October when I turn in my tax forms to you guys, if you're going to say you have a home or you don't have a home, you know, and that's going to be every October. Literally October 1, I'm gonna be like, oh, thank God I can stay here. My family can stay here. But that starts the countdown. 364 more days until I know if I can live in my home, you know, and that sucks. That's not housing security. That's not mental stability either. The other thing is that tax-based rent doesn't really take into account the fact that I have 2 kids. You know, one of my kids needs extra help at school. That costs money. You know, those things don't go into the money I made on paper last year. Those things don't go into the money that my wife made on paper last year. It doesn't matter. And so the other thing I wanted to point out, is that 3 minutes? Shit, all right, sorry. I promised myself I wasn't gonna cuss, but I wanted to say long-term leases, larger tiers, and hours reasonable for all workers. 1,400 hours, I don't have an employee that worked at La Marmont that crossed 1,400 hours last year. They would not qualify for housing.
Just at La Marmont though, right?
Correct.
Well,
I mean, I
any
don't know,
seasonal
moving
restaurant,
forward, I don't know. You
any
know, I don't know
seasonal
what the ground will
restaurant.
look like, but I can tell you La Marmont was closed, you know, closing day of ski season until May 20th. And then once again, October 15th to December 15th. You know, they couldn't get there if they wanted to. And, you know, as a restaurant employee in the coolest town in the world, you don't really want to. You know, but that's another thing that lends itself towards the, you know, mining, you know, company store mentality. If I don't work enough for you, if I don't work all the time, I don't get to be here. And that takes away a lot of the fun and a lot of the reason to live in Telluride. But thank you.
Thanks, Mark. All right, do we have anybody on Zoom who has raised their hand to give comment?
Not seen any hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, well, if you are on Zoom and would like to raise your hand, we will get to you on the next one. Jason, you are up next. If you'd like to come speak.
Yeah, I'm just more here for data.
Okay. Sounds good. Next up, we have Mr. Max Henry.
Check it out a little. It's hard to speak in front of everyone, but thanks for having me. I'm Max Henry. I know and I'm saying my name wrong, Max Henry, and I know the majority of you as well. Just wanted to make a comment. Just Telluride has one of the highest costs of living, you know, in the nation. And it seems like these regulations are impacting the working class of Telluride. And so I've heard that the program is already paying for itself. So why implement these raises of rent for people who are already working hard? You know, just like you said, people aren't able to make equity in these situations. So why not allow them to create savings, you know, for a down payment so that eventually they'll be able to afford at least a deed restricted unit, you know? So it just doesn't seem to be setting up the working class individual for success. You know, as we all know, the average price of a condo here is close to 2 million, if not higher. That is $500,000 of income yearly to be able to afford a mortgage on one of those. So, you know, just with the amount of rentals becoming unavailable in town, it just seems like this is targeting the working class. And I'll yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Henry. Dave Mann is up next.
Dan?
Oh, Dan Mann, sorry. Read the, looks like a V. Guess there was no E.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Very much like my friend, Mr. Rainier. Thank you very much. It's not an easy job. I agree with about 95% of what's going on, and we need to make sure that everything's equal across the board. I also have issues with the rent tiers as the way they are constructed currently. Working class folks are falling behind every year. Right now, my pay rate is, excuse me, is capped at about 4% a year. On top of inflation, it means I'm losing about 12% every year to the ability to just stay afloat, essentially. I know you all have been to the grocery store lately, and those numbers aren't good either. Essentially, as they're constructed right now, my rent is due to go up about $1,000 a month, my next lease renewal. That's about 70 to 80% of our household. current rent. I can understand about maybe 10 or 20% if we need to hire some more people or take care of more things on each property, but 70, 80% is just unreasonable. That's about it. Mostly just rent's too high as it is, and there needs to be more cushion. I'm roughly at about 100% to 110% AMI. And I'm fortunate enough to live into a new apartment and things are great. Things are moving forward. But again, the fear of next year, what's going to happen? Am I going to lose my place or lose my job? And it feels that the working class just keeps getting left behind year after year after year. And we need help. That's about it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. Next up, we have Mason Osgood. Step on up.
Gosh. Hi, thanks. Mason Osgood. I'll start by saying I don't currently live in any town-owned affordable housing, but I do have some thoughts on the proposed rent increases and hourly requirements. I'll start by saying, if my calculations are correct, it's a little hard to understand that if there's an unrelated 3-person household making collectively $175,000, their rent in Shandoka would raise by about 2.5 times, which is a significant increase. We're talking around $565 a month currently to close to $1,200 or $1,300 a month, which is a huge increase. And so I really think we should reduce the percentage of income that you all are proposing to charge. So currently it's at 27%, 30% for other units outside of Shandoka. I think that should be reduced to around 20 to 25%. And then I also agree with what this gentleman said earlier about the hours requirement. I think we don't sometimes consider a lot of the seasonal employees or service workers who have off seasons off, which I think is an amazing thing about our community. They wouldn't hit that requirement as it stands. And that's not only including service workers, that's including guides, perhaps ski patrollers. So I really think we should take into account some of those people in our community and reduce the hours requirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mason. Next we have Paul Phillips. Please step on up.
Hey, I'm Paul. I've lived here in Telluride for the last 4 years, and I've been living in Shandoka for the last 3 years. I did look over all of the numbers and charts that were attached to the meeting agenda. And it's tough. I feel that for me, living in Shandoka with roommates has been me making a financially responsible choice so that I can hopefully save something for a long-term future here in Telluride. And I feel that the AMI numbers don't represent people in my situation where I'm living in a household of 3 and we're all unrelated. They seem to represent family units where you have like a parent or 2 parents making money and then children not making money. And so this new housing policy would increase my rent 2.5 times. And that seems like a ridiculous rent increase for like the value of what I'm paying. And yeah, it's like, I just don't feel that there's no way for me to like save for a long-term future if my rent is increased 2.5 times. I think that having some sort of new housing rental policy makes sense and rent tiers could make sense, but I agree with folks who have spoken earlier talking on like having larger rent tiers or a smaller multiplier because yeah, as it stands, I feel forced out.
Thank you, Paul. Next we have Sheldon Tannenbaum. Sheldon does not wish to speak. Okay, got it. Anybody on Zoom?
See no hands raised.
Okay. Well, why don't we close public comment for the moment? If just want to open up the floor to anyone on council to kind of respond to some of the feedback that they got from the audience and kind of what logic has sort of brought us to some of these policy options.
Do you see two hands raised now?
Okay.
I don't know if you wanted.
Yeah, let's hear from them first and then we'll turn it to council to kind of respond.
Okay, I'm gonna unmute Madeline Whiteman.
Hi, I didn't get onto the call at the meeting at the very beginning, but I heard, before it went to public comment, something about 57% were not in compliance with the housing guidelines. And so I know that housing has been on everybody's mind for a long time. And I just was surprised, or maybe not that surprised, that so many people that are in housing that is subsidized by the taxpayers, you know, that you found that out and that you're doing something about it, hopefully. You know, secondly, I just wanted to address some of the people that have spoken. And you know, it's a choice to live in Telluride, and you choose it for the lifestyle. And the lifestyle is seasonal. You work hard and you play hard. And if these people, you know, if getting ahead and making more money is so important, go other places. You'd be working, you know, year round. You'd get a two-week vacation. It is a choice to live here, and I think it's wonderful that the town has so much subsidized housing, but it's a choice. And I think some of these people have to remember that you're choosing a lifestyle and it's not always going to be ideal. So I just wanted to kind of shift the point of view away from I need more, the town needs to pay me more, because I'm part of the town, I pay taxes. And so I am subsidizing all of you that are on these programs. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Whiteman. Next, we'd love to hear from Greta.
Okay, I'm gonna unmute Greta Newman.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep, go ahead, Greta.
Okay, sorry. Hey, I'm sorry. I jumped on a little late too, so I'm not sure if this is for time for questions, but I just had a question. Is this the time or should I wait?
Go for it.
Okay. So my question is regarding like if this goes through how it's set up, how the direction on, I know that there's some sort of, I don't know what the wording is, exception, or, you know, if families have small children under 6, I think is what Delaney had told me yesterday, but that, you know, for the work hours, I'm concerned about the 1,400 work hours. And if both parents work, but both parents also juggle being the primary child rearer, whatever they say, how does that look according to the new rules?
So we're actually looking at a draft of how to address a caregiver, whether it's caregiving for a young child or a family member, and how that would affect hours. And we're open to feedback for people who this is a reality for at this point. So that's on our list to discuss today.
Okay.
But it's definitely an issue that we recognize is a real life thing that happens when you have children or someone to care for, and how that affects your work hours. So definitely something that's on our mind, and we would welcome your feedback on what's really workable and practical for that.
And I have.
Okay, awesome. I mean, in our situation, there's not one person that's like, I don't work and I just, you know, mom or dad, and the other person works. Like we both juggle it. And so I guess that's my feedback, is like possibly being open to, you know, if both parents' hours add up to what's required, or I'm not sure, but I know that in a lot of households, it's not just mom stays at home and dad works, you know? So I don't know. That's my feedback, is that we're juggling this, trying to pay and make enough to make the bills, you know, raise our kids and yeah, make it. So it's a juggling act. That's all I have to say. Thank you guys for your time, and thanks for clarifying, and I'll be listening to see what happens.
Okay, thank you, Greta. Let's hear from Doug Tooley, and then we'll move back into more folks who've signed up in the room to speak.
Oh, I can't start my video. That point on the caretakers is very strong. And yeah, you should definitely do something on that. This is Doug Tooley. I'm a resident of Village Court. I live here on disability. It took me so long to get my disability that my SSDI eligibility expired. And I only receive SSI, and I pay 30% and am quite happy to do so. 30% of my SSI amount. I make it work. One of the things I've done up here at Village Court is suggest to the council, the Mountain Village Council, that they start a residence committee, which they did 4 or 5 years ago now. That is something that Shandoka and perhaps all of the Town of Telluride Housing Authority units could use as just a way of increasing the communication and deal with these issues in more detail sooner. You know, personally, I would also, you know, for whatever my experience is worth, I would agree with the hours in general, not just on that caretaker issue. And you know, on the housing folks roommate situation, which, you know, you're paying full rent for a bedroom for a shared situation, and you know, implicitly what you're asking people to do is to make the decision to leave that because it's not worth it, and find housing on their own and make that housing available to families. That is a reasonable justification, but it only outlines or highlights the housing shortage that we have here, and which we'll see again shortly with the release of the current housing study, which, sorry for the tangent, but we're likely farther behind in 2024 than we were in the 2018 study, even with the housing that's been built. We're not getting ahead of that problem. And lastly, you know, I do appreciate and recognize that the Town of Telluride Council is addressing these issues and doing so responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tooley. I'm seeing Danny Kraft put his hand up, so this will be the last Zoom comment until we move back to the room. Can you please unmute Danny Kraft? Tiff, thanks.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hey, this is Danny Kraft. Sorry I can't be there in person. Hey, I do agree that there's an inherent problem when you're looking at individuals that are not related living within a household, or what you're considering a household, one unit, let's just say. So if you're looking at Shandoka and you have 3 separate individuals living within a household, obviously you're looking at AMI limits, and what you're proposing is the 220% AMI. My comment is why don't we look at households as you would actually look at households, you know? So break this down to where there's actually people that are related or married, or they have children, and that's a household. And yes, they could have another roommate, and that's a separate household within one unit. But if that is the case, I would recommend that you drop the AMI significantly, because I feel like individuals are having their cake and eating it too, to where individuals can make, you know, as a single individual with 220% AMI, you're making $168,000. And just to be honest, I could live in Shandoka as a single individual, and I've been working at the bank for 20 years. So I'm not sure that that's the AMI limit that you should have for a single individual ever. So I do think that that should drop significantly if you are changing the household or the way you're looking at the households. So personally, I think that that would be fair to where you're addressing some of the issues that some of these individuals are bringing up to where they're complete strangers. But on the same side, I do think that you need to drop the AMI limit at that point due to this situation. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Danny. Next we'll hear from Andres, please. Sweet.
Good morning. I've been in this room twice, and I'm really lucky to live in Telluride, and I do choose to live here. And the 2 times I've been here, I won the lottery to buy my unit 5 years ago. Then I got the liquor license for my business, which hopefully is a service to the community. And the hours is kind of weird. I mean, granted, I think in the last qualifying one, I had 2,000, and I took 3 months off also to travel in that time period. So I do think it's possible. I don't think jumping it in such a 1-year move is the way, but I'm not against raising it a little bit. But I also was working 8 hours a week and like committing my life to my friends in this town and this project. Sorry, public speaking's kind of hard. But it just kind of seems like we're moving away from helping people to like give me that same opportunity to like build something for the community, making it hard to be here. So I just hope we don't go in that direction and look at these changes strongly and see what's best for the community. And as one councilman put it, not base policy change on a couple of bad apples. I think we're all lucky to live here, and we all choose to be here, all work our ass off and are good people to each other. So just want to say thank you.
Thanks, Andres. Next, we'd love to hear from Chris, please.
Hi, guys. I'm Chris. Work at Brown Dog. Kind of the first thing I want to talk about is, and I'm kind of piggybacking on what Mark said early. As a manager at Brown Dog, my front of house employees, almost none of them will get to 1,400 hours. It's just the fact that, you know, and then I would have to look at them and be like, cool, either I have to lay off some of you to give the rest of you hours so you can all potentially live in Shandoka, or I would have to kind of say, none of you qualify for affordable housing based on the hour requirements that we have at Brown Dog. We don't close, but we get significantly slower when town does. When the gondola shuts down, our business drops off and people take vacations. You know, to kind of go to the first Zoom call, we do choose to live here. I look out at this audience and I see a lot of people who travel and they do some amazing things out there, and we've chosen to live here. And it seems like if we raise that hour requirement, now we have to make a choice. Do we want to live the lives that we've moved here for, this this great place? When I left the Marine Corps and moved here, it was because of the people and how cool this place was. And the idea that, hey, you don't get to travel on off season because you have to keep working, feels contradictory to why we choose to live here. Like that first commenter said, like, we want to live here. We want to enjoy the ski town and walk to the resort and do certain things every day. And it seems like we would have to make a sacrifice there. And for my employees, I look at them and I'm like, you know, cool, stop taking vacations, guys. You have to keep working. Don't give up any shifts, keep working, don't have fun, keep working, because that's what you need to do to hit 1,400 hours. When we're closed for, or slow down for significant parts of the year. And it's a tough battle. How do you get there without having to, like Andre said, work 80 hours a week so you can take those 3 months off? It's, we moved here, we made this choice to live here and not live in a city and not work for, 2 weeks of vacation time a year. And now it seems like in order to afford to live here, you have to start looking at that choice as working class. In the most recent housing lotteries, personally, unrelated to business, I had to make the decision to not put my name in because I don't have the nest egg yet to build it. I've been renting privately until I've recently moved into Doka. And my goal is to live in Doka to continue to build my private little nest egg so I can buy the next lottery or try to buy the next lottery unit and build that thing. I don't have family money that I can fall back on or anything like that, where I'll be able to say, Mom and Dad, can you help me buy this? I need to, over the next 5 years, hopefully save enough money to buy a deed restricted unit, because as Max said, I will never be able to afford a condo here working the way I do. So I look back and I'm like, you know, I see these, you know, Doka as me as a stepping stone for hopefully buying a home. Because I want to live in Telluride for the rest of my life. I love it here. And thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Next, we have Laura Sarzan.
Hi, I'm Laura Sarzan. I'm a local business owner. I've lived here, well, specifically within the Telluride, Mountain Village, and Placerville area between the spring of 2013 until this past May, when I had to move to Ridgeway due to a lack of stable housing options. My business and life, though, are still based up here, and my daughter goes to Telluride Elementary. As a small business owner, self-employed person, the qualifications to maintain affordable housing eligibility within the region were too time-consuming and too invasive for me to commit to. I don't have time to work 2 jobs and be a single mom and a business owner and fill out that kind of paperwork every 6 months in hopes that I'll be admitted into an overpriced shared housing situation for a year. However, I didn't mind making the move to Ridgeway and commuting because I have many Telluride-based employees that work for me and help me with my business when I can't get to town right away, or I don't want to drive up here 7 days a week, or there's some sort of weather or traffic incident. It's already been really difficult for me to find competent workers who live in Telluride and don't leave, and this has affected my ability to grow my business. This will continue to negatively impact me in regards to the workforce selection, as it will dwindle further the pool I can hire from. And I just wanted to ask, what kind of workforce are we trying to build? What kind of community do we want to build? I don't know a lot of people who are willing to sacrifice making so little and being employed so much, the increase in hours, just to exist in Telluride, unless they're single and young and only want to stay here for a season, or they're unemployable in other places. This is also going to encourage a Black labor market that works for cash. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sarazin. Next, we have Mary Higgins.
Okay, I'm gonna try to keep it brief. The system overall is broken for working class people like me, like many of us who have decided to show up today. And I'm talking real working class. No generational wealth, no trust funds, no family safety net, and no future prospects to invest in a town that I love dearly. The qualification criteria for renters right now is a moving target. It's not a simple outline, and it is failing the people of this town. The increase in hours and rent is making it even more impossible to get by. I believe we can somehow get there, but I do think it's going to take listening to the voices who have shown up to this meeting and their concerns and other ones beyond. I'd like to note that I don't think the underlying issue is necessarily San Miguel Regional Housing Authority trying to just do their job to manage and mitigate the burden that we all know is an insane housing market. The underlying issue is the greed of people who want to own a piece of Telluride without having any real skin in the game on regards to the functioning, the culture, and the overall community of our town. Telluride, as of right now, is willing to see many of its full-time residents work long hours at multiple jobs to just barely afford the cost to live, and just enough to serve and survive, but not enough to thrive. And I think we want to thrive. And now I have to go back to work. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Ursula, you're up.
Hi, my name is Ursula Ostrander. I've been a full-time resident in Telluride for just under 3 years. I'm here today speaking specifically. I want to echo and second what Mary had just said and what a lot of us have expressed about the challenges of being here without having a source of wealth already existing. I am speaking specifically today. I want to lend a slightly different perspective than those have been shared so far, although I agree with most of them. I'm speaking today as an artist and as someone who has a a chronic illness that is sometimes debilitating and prevents me from working a full-time job or 30 hours a week. I want to address this 1,400 hour a year stipulation. I agree with the other reasons that have been stated, but also I want to address the idea that for many of us, we have things to offer this community. I'm a member of Telluride Theater and an artist as well in other capacities, but it's not possible to pursue creative endeavors that enrich the cultural community of our town while also making enough money to be here. So I want to encourage you guys, if you are interested in really making this housing policy that actually supports people who are working here, to, if you're going to enact stipulations like the 1,400 hours, to really look at what kinds of exceptions or alternate options might be available, and to take active strides to implement those as well. Let's see, 1 second, sorry. I just want to say that I love this town dearly. I commit as much of myself as I possibly can to it. I believe that being a member of the service industry and the working class here is a vital part of being a part of this town. If those of us who fulfill that role are forced out, this town becomes a husk, a shell of itself. And that would be a real tragedy. And I want to say that when we make these rules without amendments and regulations, alternatives, you are sending a very clear message to those of us who live with disability, to those of us who are artists. Thank you, sorry. That message is that we don't belong here because we're not of any worth to this community, which I think is not true. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ursula. And thank you, everybody who gave comments. We're going to close public comment now and turn it to council. I think Ursula touched on a couple things there that I at least would like to respond to first, and maybe just to everybody. First of all, about the hours, 1,400 hours is an average of 27 hours a week, right? 1,400 hours has always been our requirement for our ownership program. And leading into this discussion about sort of creating equity between our rental and ownership programs, I was personally concerned about, especially service industry folks, not being able to hit those hours. And we just did compliance in the fall of all of our deed restricted units. And many of those people work in the service industry, and we didn't have any issues with people not hitting those hours. And I don't think that that's because they were working at some, specific different restaurants where they got all of their hours there, but because people work multiple jobs. So that's just one point I wanted to make. Another point I wanted to make is that when we look at other programs, other mountain town programs that also have the seasonal nature that Telluride does, that those programs, both ownership and rental, all require 1,500 hours. So if you look at Vail, you look at Aspen, 1,500 hours, which is 30 hours a week. So we're already more conservative, or not conservative. I don't think lenient is the right word.
Generous,
maybe. We require less hours currently. And if this new policy passed, that would also be the case. To respond to what Ursula said about alternatives or other ways to make hours, I think that's a great point. And I think something that a lot of people don't realize or recognize is that we do allow 10% of the hours to be volunteer hours to qualify. So if you do the fashion show, or if you work the beer booth at Kodo, or any number of volunteer opportunities for our local nonprofits, that counts for 140 of those hours. And it's possible that we could increase that if we really get, if we understand that it's impossible to reach, if people are just not able to get enough work. it's just hard, I think, I'll speak for myself, for me to hold all of these things as being true, that over half of our renters are making more money than the rentals were intended for, but they also can't get enough work to hit these hours requirements. I want to figure out what the right balance is, and I'm so grateful for this feedback. And I think if all of this is amendable and flexible and we want to work together, but I think that there's a big group of folks who are not in the room today too, that I just sort of want to bring that argument to the table, that of people who are working 40 hours a week in a traditional or non-traditional, I don't know, but 40 hours a week working those 2,000 hours a year that are not in housing, and to have people who are able to take advantage of town and taxpayer subsidized housing that work 20 hours a week doesn't feel equitable to me. And so I think that's sort of why we're coming to this point of discussion. So anyway, those are a few of my points to just kick off a response conversation. And I would love if anybody else wants to jump in with some feedback.
Yeah, I definitely wanted to respond to some of the comments. And like Geneva said, I think it's really important that we hear all of this. And I wish a lot of these voices had been present earlier on in the conversations, because, we've seen these policies for months now. And so we have sort of narrowed in on some ideas, but it doesn't mean that things can't change. Something I would be open to is allowing a higher percentage of volunteer hours, as Geneva said, if that feels more equitable. But, if you take 4 months off of work, it's an average of 36 hours a week. So even not working for
No, it's 30, it's
30,
38 hours for
38?
36 weeks. So if you work
Okay.
36 weeks, then that you work 38 hours a week, that will get you to 1,400.
So it is, in terms of similar communities, our peer communities, it is a very accommodating amount. And we want people to be full-time workers who, whether it's one job or 2 jobs, the intention is that part-time workers aren't using our employee housing. Like, our employee housing is being occupied by people who are full-time workers in our community. That's the intent. But even with that, it allows for a 3 to 4 month vacation period, which is pretty, generous isn't the right word, but accommodating to our schedule. So I think just clarifying what some of those numbers are is important, because I think there's a little bit of misinformation about what that breakdown is. I think I want to kind of touch on the income tiers just as a concept. This conversation started because we had people who were living outside of the intended AMI for our housing projects. And so we were sort of faced with, do we enforce the income under which these housing projects were built for and who they were intended to house? Or do we create a program that can kind of expand and include more people at higher income levels? Because we found that people who need our deed restricted housing are actually more kind of middle class, not the lowest class of income earners. And so that's where this all came about. And I think, the idea that we're trying to take your hard-earned money, I think that that's kind of an unfair way to frame it. I think we are trying to acknowledge that Shandoka, for instance, was built for people in between 50 and 80% AMI, I believe. Is that correct?
Up to 120 max.
120 max. And we have people who need that housing who are far beyond that income level. And rather than kicking them out, I think what we want to acknowledge is they maybe don't need as much of a subsidy to stay there as someone making $40,000 a year, but we also don't want them to lose their housing. And how do we make that equitable? Because somebody making, $150,000 and someone making $40,000 and they're getting subsidized housing, it didn't seem fair to us as the housing committee that they would be charged at the same rate, since all of this is subsidized housing. So I did want to like clarify some of those concepts that were coming up. I think what we can talk about, you know, something that we've talked about as a board is what does the multiplier look like? You know, if we create smaller or bigger tiers, fewer tiers, then the rent jumps are more dramatic. So we thought as a board that having more small tiers would make those increments easier for people to adjust to instead of like bigger jumps because the tiers are larger. But if you guys are telling us that it makes more sense to have larger tiers and fewer of them, I don't know if that's a consensus, but we're definitely open to that. But I just want to explain kind of our thought process behind that is instead of having these like big jumps that are maybe $50,000 tiers, we made $20,000 ones. So your rent isn't affected that much when you enter a new tier as compared to if the tier is larger. We also set rents at the base of the tier or below that so that, you know, you're not,
It's never actually.
it's never actually 30%. Yeah.
Always less.
Yeah, and we use all these numbers that are coming to us from the federal government. These aren't numbers that we're just making up. The Federal Housing Department says that, you know, 30% of your income for housing is kind of the standard, and that's what we go off of. The HUD numbers that we base AMI off of come from the federal government, the housing department as well. So, you know, all of this is based on actual data that is coming to us. And I just think it's important that there's not a perception that we're here just making up numbers. It's all very data driven and data based. So that was a long explanation. I do think something that came up from this that I think I want to talk about is caregiver. Like if maybe we look at how we calculate that again. Again, if a higher percentage of hours can be volunteer hours, you know, I would also be open to revisiting what our multiplier is. Like we've talked about 30%, maybe that's not appropriate. I know we decided on that also because that is what makes it so that we can pay our bonds on some of these newer projects that are not making money. There was a bit of misinformation there. Shandoka is neutral, but the other housing projects are continued to be subsidized and we have to pay our bonds back or else we go in we put ourselves in a bad financial situation. So some of these numbers are also, you know, based on what we need to make from the project in order to pay off the money that we borrowed to build it. So again, it's all based on data. It's not us just throwing numbers around. I know this is really tricky stuff and we want to keep people in housing, not kick people out of housing. And that's the tricky needle that we're trying to thread of how to do that, how to have policies that we can enforce that also allow some growth, but also acknowledge that people are in drastically different financial situations and living under the same subsidized housing program. I think that was everything I needed to say.
Dan had his hand up next.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll start by saying that I agree, and I think we all agree that there is revisions that need to be made, that a unifying policy document is a shared goal, and that having a program that is able to accommodate the changed housing landscape of Telluride is very important to all of us, because we all recognize that housing is it has always been tough, but it has shifted to an unworkable place for most income earners in Telluride. And so we, as one of the primary housing providers in our region, have to recognize and make changes. And so that's why we're here. And so that's what we're all doing. My continued concern is the cumulative effect of all of these policies when taken as a whole. And that's where, when I hear things, I have to disagree with you, Elena, as far as having sound policy or sound data as far as regards to housing and urban development numbers. When we ask staff how HUD calculates the jump from 1 to 2 person household, I don't feel like I still have an answer for that. the big demonstration for that is when you look at 100% AMI per person, it drops from one person, it's 76,700, two person, 87,700, excuse me, 87,700. So per person, $46,000, a $30,000 nexus. No way do two people living together, if you take two one-person units and one two-person units, that's a $60,000 a year difference. I cannot fathom how they've calculated that, and I haven't felt like I've had an answer through that. How does a $60,000 difference happen? And so when we're looking at these policies together and trying to talk about setting up that middle class, we can take all of these things sort of siloed together, but when you add how we calculate household income, how we calculate a household, the mix of requirements for hours and all the other qualification standards on top of between 25 and 30% charge for rent for most of our properties. Because if you're at just below the next income tier, that's 25% of your income when you run the math on it. The whole of the picture leads me to come to the conclusion of much of the audience's comments today is that this is not setting up the middle working class for success in particular. It's not setting up families for success. Those families, if you have two income earners and two kids, you still have a lower dollar amount per income earner than a one-person household. So this is disadvantaging multi-income households. It's disadvantaging families. When I hear multiple businesses this week tell me about their concerns to continue to be able to staff people because the only game in town for housing currently is subsidized housing in one way or another, the whole of the picture makes me continually concerned about the future of the middle class of Telluride. And while I definitely hear and agree about those at the bottom end of the income tiers, we have to continue to support them. It shouldn't be the responsibility of those in the middle class to pay for that, fixing that for those lower income. We already have healthy revenue streams, both from sales tax, from the real estate transfer tax, and from the rents that we already charge people. And so to lock people into a system of rent that is a percentage basis of their income that disadvantages those who are trying to do the right thing and save on top of these other restrictions, I can get on board with some of the policies we've crafted here, but the totality of it continues to, I think, be a strong disadvantage against both working people and honestly, paradoxically, businesses. We're trying to support businesses by getting people to work more. But when businesses feel like they won't be able to find those part-time workers, the people picking up shifts or sort of filling in, that's a vital part of our seasonal, highly fluctuating economy where you have down weeks and you have really crazy weeks and the staffing needs for those weeks are not the same. I still am very concerned about the effects that these policies are going to reach.
Thanks, Dan. Ashley or me?
Do you want to go? I've got a long. thing
Yeah,
to say.
I can see all of your notes. So I'll go really quickly. I just wanted to address something that Mark had brought up initially in regards to this challenge that to save. And I just wanted to be clear for everybody that's in the room and anybody that's listening that in our guidelines, an applicant may apply to exclude certain certain expenses from their household income. So verifiable student loan debt, verifiable necessary medical expenses, paid childcare expenses, verifiable education, healthcare, or retirement accounts. The funds that you put into those funds in the prior 12 months can be excluded from your household income. So we have looked at those needs of the people that are living in our housing program, and said that we do want to back those out up to $10,000 a year in order to allow you to save. Just for clarity, I know that these documents are intense and they're big and there's a lot of information in there, but I just want to make sure that everyone is aware that we are putting in place programs to be able to address that. And I just want to very briefly also just go back to a comment that Dan made, because it hurts my heart to hear this, and I've heard it continuously through this conversation. We are not asking the middle class to pay for those that are making less money by asking them to pay a higher rent. All of these units are subsidized by the overall tax-paying base. What we are asking is for those that need less of a subsidy to accept less of a subsidy, and those that need more of a subsidy to be able to have more of a subsidy. We are striving for equity for all of those that are living in this housing program. And it is obviously a very, very personal situation to each and every one of us. But I just need to be so clear that that is the intentionality of the program. That is the intentionality of the tiers. And to say it's anything else than that is disingenuous to the work that we're doing here.
Okay, I will go. I actually took a lot of time yesterday trying to really tease out. I used the specific Voodoo numbers because those are the numbers that we have for the rent tiers and the size of the units and all of that stuff that's being proposed. And I felt like I was struggling with how we were calculating household size. And that, for me, I recognize and I agree with what Ellen is saying, because it's true that, we've said a household is everybody who lives under the roof versus unrelated individuals. And I think that makes it very difficult in our system for the people that are individuals. This is something that I've kind of expressed through this process. I also want to address one thing that I think kind of gets lost a little bit in this conversation. We, as a governmental entity, as an authority, we have certain guidelines that we have to operate within. Some of them are guidelines that we've created for ourselves, and some of them are state mandated. We do have a state mandate for a minimum rent requirement. And I'm pretty sure that if we held this requirement up to a lot of the people that are living in Shendoka right now, we would be out of compliance at a state level, not just within our own requirements of what we've set for ourselves on AMI targets and such. So I went through, and I would happily share this with everybody. It's 9 pages of sheets of worksheets breaking down for the Voodoo project rents as proposed right now, versus if we separated households into bedrooms, which I know we've said we didn't want to do. But I think that when we're looking at individuals in this type of situation, we're not really dealing with families as stated. We're not dealing with 2 parents and 2 children. We're going to be dealing with 4 unrelated people or 3 unrelated people living in a home. And I think that we should take a serious look at, I've heard from staff, and I don't want this to go uncredited, but that it is going to be much more difficult to do that. But I think that it's something that we have to seriously consider in order to make this work a little bit better for everybody. Because I know, as I was going through looking at, for instance, the 3-bedroom units in the Voodoo, if you have 3 unrelated people at 100% AMI, then the max per person that can live there with 100% AMI, the max income per person is $32,900. You're going to be hard pressed to find people who live here, work here individually, that make $32,000 a year. It's not going to be tenable. That being said, we do have, like I said, a minimum income or a minimum rent requirement that we have to uphold. And then we have a self-imposed maximum, which is that 2.5 times rent to income ratio. So that being said,
can you expand on that a little bit? Because I'm just not familiar what the minimum rent
Sure.
requirement that you're talking about
Yeah,
is.
so it's in the state statutes. It's section 29-4 -210. It's section D. It says it shall not accept any family as a tenant in dwelling accommodations that are provided for persons of low income if the family who would occupy the dwelling accommodations has a net annual income in excess of 5 times the annual rent of the dwelling accommodations to be furnished after allowing all exemptions available to the family occupying dwellings in low rental housing authorized under the Act of Congress, United States, known as the United States Housing Act of 1937, as amended. 1, in computing such rental for the purpose of selecting tenants, there shall be included in the rental of the average annual cost of the occupant as determined by the authority of heat, water, electricity, gas, and other necessary services or facilities, whether or not the change for such services and facilities is in fact included in the rental. So that being said, I went through, for instance, I'll use the 1-person studio at Voodoo, and I'll do 100% AMI. So we say that 1 person, 100% AMI is $76,700 a year. That's your gross. This rule says that we have to use net. So I went online to calculate your net income in Colorado based on your salary. I said, this person makes $76,700 a year, and they live in Colorado and they're filing taxes here. What will they make? And then that gave me a number that said that they would make, after taxes, $2,456 per pay period. They're getting paid twice a month. And then you can divide that number by 5, and that will tell you, this is all just a rough estimate, but there is a minimum. So that number came to, for 1 single person making 100% AMI, the minimum rent that we can charge based on the state statute, as my interpretation of it is $982.40. That's not going through the other, exemptions. I'm just using their straight income, and then after taxes, what that number is to get the net. So the minimum, and that was, I said, $982.40. That's 100% AMI, 1 person. That's 15.37% in rent to income ratio. The Voodoo rental, as we've gone through, they're right now right at that 30,000, because that's where the step changes, or sorry, 30%. That's where that step changes. So the difference is that 15%. There's also a maximum that we can charge somebody, which we've stipulated. That's the minimum income requirements, which is 2.5 times your income to rent. So the maximum that we could charge somebody who makes, a single person who makes 100% AMI, would be $2,556.67. That's the maximum rent under our guidelines that we could charge. So for me, it's like understanding where these goalposts are, recognizing that the Voodoo as a new project is going to have that higher percentage of your income going to rent. It's going to be, probably higher than what we would charge a Shandoka, I would hope. I think that we could assess and look at, based on a minimum and a maximum for each of these AMI levels and the household size, come up with maybe a little bit of a better system. The biggest thing that I saw was that if we look at, I'm gonna use the 3 bedrooms because this is the situation that I think has the most merit in what we're talking about. If you have a situation in a 3-bedroom where you have 3 individuals that make the 100% AMI, like I said before, and we charge them as individuals, so by bedroom rather than by household, those 3 people could live together if we do it individually. If we didn't do it individually, they would be outside of the income maximum that we've created. They wouldn't be able to qualify because they make too much money. We also could charge them a lower percentage of their rent, but overall take more money in for that specific unit. So rather than paying 30%, they could pay, for the 100% AMI, they could pay 24% of their income. But because we're doing it as individual people, the rent for that unit would be $5,694. So we would make more, but that individual would pay less, and those 3 unrelated parties would be able to occupy that space. It's very complex. It took me 5 hours to do all of this stuff. I created all of the charts and the different variations, if it's a 2-person in a bedroom and a 1-person in a bedroom. So I'm happy to share this with everybody, but I think that it warrants a discussion, because I think that if we continue forward with a household just being everybody that lives in the house, we're going to not have people that can live in our housing because they're going to make too much money, or we're going to have to allow 500% AMIs and all of that. But I think the important thing about this is that we need to establish what the minimum rent is so that we're in compliance with state law. Our rule that says what the maximum rent is, which is we don't want people to pay more than 40%, which I think is very reasonable. Figuring out where we can find that, but recognizing that if we do this, we could lower the percentages of income that people have to pay while staying above the minimum, but we could lower that percentage, but actually collect more per unit.
Which, said another way, is people, if we treat a 3-bedroom household as 3 separate leases, each individual will be paying more number-wise compared to if it was considered a 3-person household and they were splitting the rent. And
But they won't be able to live there.
No, I get it. I'm just trying to clarify more, because I feel like that part of it is not coming through in what you're saying.
You will pay more, but so I'll go back to the 3-person, 100% AMI, 3 people. So let's 3 individuals, 100% AMI. The maximum that each of those 3 people can make and live there is $32,000 a year.
No, yeah, totally.
I think we like definitely, and
I
yes,
just
we wanna
wanted
see
to
that.
add on to what you were saying. I wasn't trying to correct
No,
you.
yeah.
I just want to make sure that for the listening audience, they understand when you say we're collecting more by billing these 3 separate rooms separately, for example, really it's like, okay, if you make 100% AMI, you're going to be paying that 24% of your income. And that is going to be more than you would have paid if this was treated as one household of 3 people.
And this was something that we have discussed both at the subcommittee level and then I think also as the full housing authority. And there has been concern by some board members that it is inherently unfair to charge a higher rent for the same unit because there are 3 separate income earners in there versus one household. And so that's where I think we came back to this as an option. But Dan, if you want to talk to that, you can.
I mean, I can certainly add more, but on this topic, one thing that I'll add that's really, I think, demonstrative of this issue on how we calculate households. Some friends of mine, they live in town managed rental property. It's a 1-bedroom and their partner just moved in with them. So now they have a second income earner in the same unit that they've been renting. They're going to move up and they're going to be charged more in rent under this system. Even though town is now housing more people with the same unit that we've had under the system. So how is that fair to them? How does that benefit our town's goal of providing more housing and helping more people get ahead, to have people trying to do the right thing and start their lives together, to just because somebody moved into the same unit, charge them more for it because now there's 2 income earners instead of 1.
Well, I'm not sure that it's equitable that because people are in a couple, they get to pay 50% of the rent as someone who's single either.
They would be paying the exact same rent that when it was just 1 person. Why are they paying more for 2 people? But they made that choice. We should let people make that choice.
But if the rent didn't go up, then they would be cutting their rent in half.
They would.
Well, maybe not half. I don't know how they work out their finances.
I don't know exactly either. It's not my business. I don't know what they earn, but I know they both earn money. So there's 2 people now living in a 1-bedroom. That's now the rent has gone up because they made the choice to start a life together. Why is that? Why is that our goal?
I also think this goes back to like need-based subsidy. All of this is subsidized and we're trying to scale it so that people who need the help the most are getting more help than people who need less help from the taxpayers.
But that's where I disagree, that we're 90% of the people that we house, roughly, don't quote me on that.
Don't throw.
Just
But
say.
The majority of the people that the town of Telluride houses don't have viable, long-term feasible alternatives outside of the housing we have. So to say that, oh, these people at the low end of the AMI tier, we got to think about them. It goes, well, we are thinking about them and we have to continue to build to address the need that we have. But the housing situation in Telluride suddenly doesn't become easy once you pass 100% AMI,
I don't think that's
especially
what
not for
anyone's.
multi-income
None
earners.
of us
That's
are
what I
saying
hear
that.
you saying, Elena.
But I think,
When did I say that? What I'm saying is that maybe the amount of subsidy that is coming from our government and our taxpayers should be scaled to how much people have a need for it. And if someone has less of a need for government aid for their housing, then we should not be giving them the same assistance that we're giving someone who makes a fraction of the money that they're making.
But this is again where how we are calculating household and income is incredibly
I don't
important.
love how we're calculating household income, and we've spent hours talking about this and we don't have a like, I hear what Ashley's saying. I don't know if that's a better option, because at the end of the day,
I
it's
don't
still a
either.
percentage. So like they bump up, this 3-person household might bump up into the next tier, but it's still based on a percentage of income. So if the percentage is what we're looking at, the income tier is a little arbitrary because it's more about the percentage and how we're calculating that.
Yeah, my point on it too was that we can lower the percentage income if we treat people as individuals. So instead of 30%, maybe we could do more of like 25%.
I appreciate Ashley's point that let's look at some other ways to look at this household size, people per unit size. Let's hear from Teddy and then let's hear from Delaney.
I would also like to.
And Jesse, thank you. And then I think, this is going to be an ongoing conversation, and I would like to have more of these talks when we get some more charts in front of us. I'm interested to see what Ashley was looking at. But then we've got a bunch of other folks in the room for the next topic too. So this is just a work session. We're not making any decisions today. Go ahead, Teddy, and then Jesse. No, we're not. We're not doing more public comment. Sorry. Don't want to be rude, but then everybody else gets to speak too. So happy to meet afterwards and we can talk.
You can email me too.
In regards to the income, it's hard, and we've looked at a lot of the different circumstances multiple times, and not for this issue, but every issue. I wish our community would chime in a lot earlier, but that's not the reality for a variety of reasons. What I do want to say is, with this tough task, I think it's all of our goals to be able to revisit this stuff more quickly in the future, so we can always adjust it to try to come to the best possible solutions for our community. So, please keep that in mind. We are doing our best. And then the only other comment I'll make, because being repetitive is a waste of time, is that, I would love to look at other ways to be more flexible on the volunteer hours and what is contributing to how cool Telluride is, whether you're part of Telluride Theater or whether you're in a band or an artist or whatever that is, to help out with the hours. I look at it as 35 hours a week for 40 weeks, which gives everyone 12 weeks off if you just try to compartmentalize it. And we're not trying to make you work harder if you can contribute to keeping Telluride cool. And so I'd be open to any discussions that give more leniency for what are you doing to keep Telluride cool, to try to help both things, right? Keep you in your housing, but also, do something that supports us, and just trying to do more. And I'll leave it at that for now.
I'm in support of that too.
I would be in support of that too. I think a lot of nonprofits have been really struggling for volunteers recently, and it would be great to encourage that in this way. Jesse?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to everybody that came today to speak. Looking around at the faces here, it reminds me a lot of the faces that were here when I was a little girl, people that work in the service industry, young business owners, ski instructors, the backbone of this community. And a lot of people that don't work in these industries don't know what it's like to show up at work at 10 a.m. and get home at 2 a.m. and you look forward to having the off seasons off. Telluride has always been a seasonal destination. And you look forward to that. When our last meeting, I brought up the teachers' hours, and I think they're short, I think 40 or 50 hours, and someone up here said, well, they can just record their volunteer hours, which are certainly not volunteer hours, nor a lot of the other hours that you guys all spend working 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 jobs. I think that it's important that we figure out a way to keep everyone who is currently in affordable housing in any way that we can, in an affordable way, and not push people out. Some of the things that I wanted to address that were said during public comment were the long-term lease ideas to help with that mental health and stability notion. Housing security is a big issue, and a lot of you that I see in this room have been here for many years, and your intention to be here for a long time is clear. And I don't think that you need to have this year-to-year stress over you. Something else that I was thinking about is a grace period if a job loss has happened. Maybe something that we can do is try to give you a little peace of mind if your job is lost and you're not forced to leave your job right away. The paycheck to paycheck thing, we want you guys to be able to invest in your lives and not be living paycheck to paycheck. And that is something that Dan and I think, have brought up several times. And we have talked about the tax-based income thing, which me and also brought up earlier. So thanks again for you guys, for everybody coming in here today. And we are trying really hard to get to a place that works. It's hard, and it's not just numbers as it sounded like today. It is also about the community and the culture of this wonderful town that we all want to call home.
Thanks, Jesse. Delaney.
So I had first I want to say thank you to everybody for coming. I've been telling tenants for months, please come to meetings, and I'm glad to see a lot of them here. I'm glad that you're going to reconsider the volunteer hours. I think after this exercise sorry if you couldn't hear me, I was thanking people for coming. And I'm glad to hear that you're considering or reconsidering the volunteer hours. I think after this exercise is complete, you may want to also consider, when the deed restricted guidelines come forward, one of the things we're trying to find here is consistency so that it is more easily understandable for everyone. However, the question I have, and this may go definitely to Ally, but maybe to Kevin, in regards to revisiting the household definition, we have to treat people equally. So if 3 roommates want to be counted as separate individuals in a place, so must we allow for that for a married couple or a domestic partnership. If they are over income and they want to be counted separately, we have to treat everyone the same under the letter of the law. Here's where I get a little concerned. And again, blanket statement. We are here to follow the direction from the legislators ultimately. I feel compelled to bring things up that could potentially create unintended consequences. If we were to have separate leases in a 3-bedroom apartment, whether it is a domestic partnership, a married couple, or roommates, and we have a roommate situation that gets elevated to a legal battle, so to speak, where do our liabilities lie? Right now, everybody's equal under the law under one lease. If we have roommate situations, the entire household is held accountable. If we have 3 people, just to use the example everybody's been using, and there's one problem person, but they have rights under the law, how do we deal with that? And I know it's a very nebulous question, but it is something that I've been thinking about. I think that is really the main question I had. Just as you discuss this, please keep that in mind, and I would love for legal to weigh in for implementation purposes. Thank you.
Okay. I think we made some really great progress today in terms of hearing from the public. I knew we would hear, and I, don't think that we really had our proposed policies to a packaged, understandable place to present and to get feedback on yet until now. So I am grateful that everybody's here and we'll keep doing this. Before we close and move on to the next item, I just want to throw out as a last word, which I get to do because I'm the chair, I guess. But that this example that we keep throwing out, we have a really wide range of incomes in our rental housing program. And I could see some eyes in the audience pop of the idea that 3 separate individuals each made $77,000 a year, but also couldn't get more than 1,000 hours. That's $77 an hour. So there's some people living in that reality in our community. And there's other people that are 3 unrelated roommates that all make $30,000 a year and really need a unit. So nobody is more important than another group. Our goal here is to make an equitable program that serves our lower income earners and our higher income earners who've worked to that point in their career where they're making that kind of money. But I just want to throw that out there. This isn't about, discriminating against the middle class versus the lower income class or anything like that. We just have a wide variety of income levels in our community. We're trying to make this work for everybody, as many people as we can. It's never going to work for everybody. So
Chair Shonette, may I
Yes,
quickly
please.
just mention the next steps in this process?
I would love that.
So again, so appreciate everyone's participation today and very much encourage you to continue to do so. We will be hosting some public meetings. This will be even more of an opportunity to provide your feedback in a way that's maybe not, I heard a lot of you and the going and publicly speaking. This will hopefully be a little bit more friendly for you as well. So that's going to be Monday, the 9th. So September 9th, Monday, September 9th, there'll be an opportunity from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. and then another one from 5:30 to 6:30. So we did one in the afternoon and one in the evenings to accommodate different work schedules. And they'll be held at the Wilkinson Public Library Program Room. So we'll have those opportunities for you. And then of course it will be coming back to council as well at our next meetings and so on and so forth. But encourage everyone to keep participating. And we do have information available on our website as well. And please sign up for our news releases and be active in our communication. So thank you, everybody.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Our next
Chair
top-
Shawnette, I would have, so we didn't go through anything in the memo this meeting. Is there any direction for staff for preparation of the next meeting? Is there any comments that you want us to address? Any questions that are unanswered that you would like for legal or the community services department to explore? Any direction on changes at this point?
I don't think we have time today to get into that, but we could push to the afternoon if there's an appetite from council to go through some of the points in the memo this afternoon. I do think we should pivot to the voodoo space discussion since we have a lot of people in the room to discuss that. But I'm taking.
Can we give notes
people's opinion
to these guys and continue to another, because we heard a lot of public feedback today, I think.
Yeah, and I'm concerned that with all the public comment that if we restart at say 3 or an unknown time, that
We'll be
the public
hosting that,
might
right?
not be able to be a part of it. But I also think that, if we're gonna, discuss income in any variety of ways, minor to major, and volunteer hours and 1,400 hours in any way, minor or major, that we're probably gonna have to have those discussions first to then worry about the finer points of, unfortunately, the memo.
I mean, my thought is that this process is going to take longer than maybe we had planned initially, and that's not a bad thing.
We can take the comments that we heard today, add those into points of discussion for the next regular meeting. I just want to make sure that we're preparing for the next meeting what you would like to see happen. So we can table all of this for the next regular meeting and add in discussion points from the comments. That's the direction I needed.
Okay, great.
And for the record, that is on August 27th, for those of you who are here now or who are listening, August 27th. And then after that meeting, the public forums will occur on September 9th.
Okay. And I think that I probably speak for everybody up on council that we would love to have coffee with any members of the public to talk about this in a more conversational, less intense council meeting setting. So if you'd like to do that, please just email us and we'll set something up. Okay.
Or text.
Sure. Any,
Giving
or
out your phone number,
Instagram,
Jesse?
any form of communication is appropriate. Okay, we're gonna table the rest of that topic and we're gonna move on to number 3, action items. Approval of the Voodoo commercial space request for proposals, selection recommendation, and Zoe will guide us through this item.
Okay. Councilperson Shawnet, I would like to recuse myself because I work for one of the applicants.
Okay, thank you, Councilperson Levin.
Thank you all. I will try to get through this as swiftly to offer opportunity for discussion because I know there's many people in the room. So just quickly, as you've seen in your memo, as directed by the town council on May 14th, staff prepared a request for proposal to solicit proposals from experienced and qualified entities for leasing and completing the tenant improvements for the approximately 3,000 square feet of commercial space located on the ground floor of the town-owned Voodoo Affordable Housing Project. Where we are today is we issued that RFP. I won't go over all those dates. As we mentioned at our earlier July meeting, we received one proposal. It was a partnership proposal. Because of that, we reissued the RFP. And we then solicited 3 proposals as you see in this packet. The goal of and objectives from town council of leasing that space were to create community serving spaces that benefit as many members of the public as possible, ensuring flexibility in uses such as accommodating pop-ups, community meetings and gatherings, and ensuring compatibility with on-site residential housing. With that, along with, as the RFP had evaluation criteria, we created a committee. The committee was comprised of 3 town staff members, a council member, and 1 community at large member to review and evaluate the proposals based on those evaluation criteria and the goals of the project as directed by council. With that, we found that there were 2 of the 3 applications we felt were complete and strong and generally consistent with those town council goals and objectives, that being Pinhead Institute and Coffee Cowboy and Flowers by Ella. Through a good discussion, the committee reviewed all those proposals and we provided the recommendation of Coffee Cowboy and Flowers by Ella to lease and complete the tenant improvements for the approximately 3,000 square feet of commercial space. This decision was based off of the proposal for the commercial uses we felt were in line with the community survey. We felt like there was a lower barrier to entry for public use, serving a broader spectrum of patrons. And the application was slightly more complete, had a slightly more complete plan and approach for the whole space. So with that and the recommendation, the manager's office, just a reminder, will be the one to finalize and execute the lease details with whoever the council recommends to move forward with. We also provided some recommendations to THA for you to give us direction within that lease. That being, we're wanting to lease with a single entity for the entire space. That lease start date will be September 18th of this year, 2024, that the tenant improvement completion date should be approximately in December 15th of 2024, that the tenant would be responsible for all the tenant finishes subject to THA approval and all necessary permits. The tenant would be responsible for all the utility expenses associated with the tenant space, such as water, sewer, trash, electrical, communications, etc. The annual lease rate would needs to be sufficient to meet THA's debt service coverage and the estimated associated landlord expenses. Throughout this process, this is a reminder, we gave a estimated amount. We feel that we would still be within that estimated amount, but we'll continue to refine that with the tenants. That the lease rate is to increase annually based on a commonly used escalator. That the initial lease term would be 5 years with an additional 5-year extension at THA's sole discretion. That the lease shall specify operational hours respectful of the housing units. That a portion of the lease space will be made available for community gatherings on a reservation basis, similar to other public benefit agreements through the town, such as the cellar at Cosmo and so on and so forth. The ensuring affordability as represented by respondents is achieved through an annual review of offerings, and that the parking spaces assigned by THA through the lease are used for parking purposes only. And finally, only other customary requirements of a triple net commercial lease. So with that, I leave it to you for questions and discussion.
Okay. Anybody have initial questions, comments for Zoe about the memo and the recommendation?
Will there be public comments?
Of course, but first we're going to start with the council. Go ahead, Dan.
I can start it off as the person on the recommendation committee. I think everything Zoe said was very accurate of the process. It is honestly it is hard to be in this chair, in this position, when you have two very qualified, very appropriate, very community oriented and serving distinct but necessary parts of our community. And I think either the Pinhead or Cowboy / Flowers by Ella will be, whichever one of those ends up in this space, I am thrilled about, and I think will be a wonderful asset to our community. And so I definitely remain here open and willing to have a discussion and listen to this. But as we went through that process, as we reviewed the applications as part of the recommendation committee, there were a few things that I think gave the Cowboy Flowers application the slight edge, and why that they were ultimately recommended them. First in my mind is the complete use of the space. I think that that's important. I think that Pinhead would certainly find uses for all 3,000 square foot, but it was a little challenging when reviewing their floor plan to see how that space would be fully utilized at this level of planning. When you look at their floor plans, the east end of the proposal, it's on page 96 of that packet attachment if you're looking for it. It's designated as lounge area, pop-up retail, coffee snack bar, and community meeting / workspace. And those are all good things, but it felt a little hard to envision how some of those would practically work. I think about my stance, I view it through the lens of, I don't have kids, and how does it work for me to go into a space that's designated first and foremost, at least at this stage of conception, for a youth space? And does that connect who runs that coffee snack bar? Is that if that area is both open to the public who are meant to come in there to utilize the retail space, and then there's that coffee and snack space right next to that, who's helping operate that? And that didn't feel entirely clear in Pinhead's application for it. That's not to say they wouldn't, I know the people behind Pinhead, they're very creative, they're very intelligent. I know they would work through some of that, but when we all, of course, have a responsibility to the taxpayers to have a completely laid out and feasible plan. That was just one of the few things that gave me some hesitance. So again, that's not to say that I don't think Pinhead is worthy. They absolutely are. And if the rest of council feels like the recommendation is not the way they want to go, I am certainly able to live with it by all means. It's not, this is a position where I'm not voting against Pinhead. I just thought the application from Cowboy and Flowers was slightly stronger, has a more clearer path to long-term financial viability, and is able to completely and fully utilize the space from day one of their opening. And so that can be a hard thing to hear if you were in that space. And I apologize, and I don't mean it with any animosity or any ill will in my heart in the slightest. And this is where being in this chair is very hard, because you have to make hard and emotionally fraught decisions. So thank you for smiling and nodding at me, Sarah. That means a lot. That means a lot to me, because I honestly had heartburn about coming into this. So that's the position I feel like we took. That was some of the background from the meeting we had as the recommendation committee. And those are my opening thoughts, but again, remain very open to a continued conversation with the rest of you. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Ashley?
I had a question. I feel like I'm the person who's like just
embrace your role,
throwing stuff in. I know obviously from a ease position, doing just renting to a single group or entity is a lot easier. I'm curious if there was any discussion or if it's even possible for us to consider, like, you know, I'm just thinking about the fact that we have the youth hangout space. There is kind of a 2-tiered level here where maybe there could be like Pinhead upstairs, and then, because I don't think we've figured out who's going to run the youth hangout yet, that's an arm that they operate for us as well. And they have these 2 spaces, and then the coffee shop, Flowers by Ella downstairs, that remains the same in the proposal. That might be crazy. I recognize that, but I'm just curious if there might be kind of another way to hack at this.
I'll start with 2. So we'll start from the process standpoint. So through the RFP process, we opened it up to a lot of variations. So in no way did anyone have to apply for the whole space. In fact, that's not what happened the first time around. It was Pinhead and Coffee Cowboy. So there was a lot of room for those type of ideas. From the evaluation criteria, from what we discussed with council and THA and staff, one of them was to have a single entity, just because we know the opportunity that provided staff and its operations and more clarity in use of the space. But we had, in our first mandatory meeting, we had over 10 businesses that were willing to take chunks of space to do exactly kind of what you were saying. So from the process standpoint, we can only provide those opportunities for people to apply with however they want. And then through the evaluation criteria, rank the proposals based off of the evaluation criteria. So having full use of the space was part of it. We did not receive an application in this round of a Pinhead up front or Coffee Cowboy and Ella down below. If we did, then that would be part of this process right now. And because of the procurement process and what we're following, we're not opening up to those possibilities, because that could have opened the door to so many other people that maybe wanted chunks of space, but didn't apply because it was based off of the criteria and the structure that we provided.
So we
that makes
shifted that criteria is what we're saying.
We didn't shift the criteria. It's always been in the proposal, but people always have the opportunity to apply, because part of the proposals always said, you don't have to take up all of the space. You can have a proposal that doesn't do that, but just know it's better if you work together to come up with a single proposal and a single idea. And all I'm saying right now in this moment, if the shift is to start picking and choosing different things that aren't in a proposal, then you're taking it out of the procurement, the standards of procurement that we followed through this RFP process, because we did not receive a proposal of what you're saying.
So, okay. So we have to just look at how proposals were presented.
I agree, unless Kevin has anything else to add to that.
I agree.
Okay, thank you. Oh, and then for the youth hangout, just quickly say, Communities That Care is the one that's overseeing the programming for that.
Anybody else? Mian? No feedback? Teddy?
I guess I can empathize with Dan's tough decision, because I think we can all agree that nonprofits, and specifically for me, the science, Sarah knows how much I love Pinhead, and that science is in particular in this community, it's a tough spot for me. But on the other hand, we have an opportunity to support an independently owned small business, and that is equally, if not just as important, I think, in this circumstance. So I can understand why it's difficult for Dan. I think this is a no-brainer for me anyways. And I love to see also independently owned businesses run by women. So I think that this is a good opportunity for the community to show our support behind that too. So We love you, Sarah.
I'll throw in there, and maybe this can spark a little bit of a discussion. I'm really excited that we have an opportunity to support an affordable food and like community gathering place through one of our projects. I think that's sort of a lot of feedback that we've gotten through the community survey, and is certainly anecdotally through town, is everything's expensive and it's hard to feel like there's anywhere you can just go hang out where you don't have to spend a bunch of money other than the library. That being said, I'm looking at the recommended, what would you say? The list of things that are going to be added to sort of that the town manager's department would negotiate as
lease terms.
Thank you. That's the word I'm looking for. And so the part that I'm sort of concerned about, or concerned is not the right word, but would love to discuss more, is the one that says ensuring affordability as represented by respondents is achieved through an annual review of offerings. And I know that this is somewhat come into play like in the Mountain Village at the grocery store up there, where the grocery store is renting the building from the town. TMVOA, thank you. And they're getting a more affordable rent in an attempt to make sure that all of the groceries remain affordable. And there are certain items that cannot go beyond, like milk and eggs and bread, that are not allowed to be charged past a certain amount to maintain affordability. And I know that there's been issues with those policies in the past, and I'm wondering how we sort of address that point, because I think it's really important. What we don't want to have happen is, that inflation occurs in this business as well.
And I think if the sentiment is there, I think a lot of these things we'll have to work through within the lease agreement. That's something that Kevin and I will work on. But with that, if you're comfortable with that sentiment, then that's something that we will ensure that inflation doesn't play into combative to this sentiment in an unrealistic way. So we can definitely work on that, because we don't have exact language of what that's going to look like right now.
Okay. I mean, I totally trust the manager's department to figure that out. I think that's a really important part of this for me. Just wanted to bring that up since we hadn't really discussed it as a group, and make sure that that's important to everybody else as well, if this is the direction we decide to go in. Cool. All right. Everybody's been patiently waiting, so we'll open public comment. And Clerk Kavanaugh maybe has a list.
We have some from the sheets as well.
Oh, yes. We have started there. And we have received quite a few letters supporting both of these proposals. So thank you to everybody for submitting those. We have all read them. So if you wouldn't mind keeping your comments about things that you haven't discussed in your letters already, just to save everybody's time and not be too redundant, that would be great. We'll start with Ms. Sarah Holbrook.
Thank you.
I'm Sarah Holbrook. I'm the Executive Director of the Pinhead Institute. And first, I just want to respond to Dan. Thank you for pointing out that part. I've been sitting in all of the meetings ever since we heard that we might be able to rent the Voodoo space. And what I heard loud and clear is that you did want a hangout space, and you did want, kind of like an extra program room, and you wanted some pop-up stores. So we envisioned that space. We didn't want to have that space. We wanted to have the other 2,000 square feet and have Coffee Cowboy have that space, and they would have done a great job with that space. I'm not denying that. But when we realized we had to put in a full proposal for the whole space, if we were going to be considered, because Coffee Cowboy decided to band together with Flowers by Ella, we kind of envisioned some pop-up retail spaces like you see in the Denver airport, where they can lock off when the people aren't there, open up when they are. We could run them, or the people who have them. The toy store, for example, is very interested in that. We also already offer maker classes and drop-ins that are free to the community, not just for children. And a lot of local artists use our space and our equipment. So it's not just all about kids. But it would, the sketch was a bit loose because we thought we were giving you kind of what you wanted, which was also something that we felt we could provide for you, because one of our full-time employees has set up many coffee shops before. So setting up a coffee stand and helping run it would not be a problem. And another longtime employee of ours has run a retail space and owned a store in Georgia before she moved here. So we felt like we had the talent to offer you what you thought you might want for the community, and we were excited about that. I'll also point out in the language when We as a voting community approved the bond to build the Voodoo back maybe 4 years ago. This was the language in the resolution that passed. Whereas the Board of the Authority has determined that there continues to be a lack of safe sanitary dwelling accommodations in the town available to low-income persons and families, and that is in the best interest of the residents of the town to plan for and construct residential housing facilities and commercial facilities to provide dwelling accommodations on financial terms within the means of persons of low income or substantially benefiting persons of low income, with such project to be known as the Voodoo Housing Project. I'd love you guys to explain or just maybe think about how $9 coffees and flowers for weddings serves low-income families. It's clear to me and our Pinhead supporters, including 84 locals who wrote letters of support for Pinhead, understand our value to those families. I hope that THA reconsiders. We serve a lot of low-income families. We serve heavily, Hispanic populations, which I don't see going into Flowers by Ella or standing in the line at Coffee Cowboy. And they do come to all our free and low income classes and programs. And we feel like we offer a significant benefit to the community, including we'd like to start a little STEM museum that would be a pop-in kind of thing. It wouldn't be of any charge. And Pinhead is a beloved Smithsonian affiliate. So that would be a nice benefit to our town that I think you guys are maybe undervaluing, maybe because you yourselves don't love museums, but I really feel like a lot of the community does. I have no idea how much time I could talk forever.
You're almost there.
There we go. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. All right, Matthew is next.
Hi, my name is Matthew. I'm here in support of Pinhead. I do a lot of work with nonprofits in town, as I firmly believe that the nonprofits in town are what allow us to have the lives we do. Without nonprofits such as Pinhead, our STEM education would be significantly worse. For example, the school, their STEM lab is there because of Pinhead. I personally am incredibly interested in their co-working space that they put in their proposal. I'm an attorney who's looking to start a pro bono legal aid in town. And one issue that I do have is having a space to meet with clients. If I'm doing pro bono legal aid, I'm not making very much money off of it. In fact, I'm making nothing. So the cost of that is pretty significant. I can't go out and get a $30,000 a year office or whatever that might be to do something like that. Additionally, I have looked at doing a computer shop in town, and that would be a great fit for that kind of thing as well. As space available at reasonable rates is something that we lack in this town. If you want to do like a small business and grow it, it's basically impossible unless you have 6 digits that you can throw at a project. And having a small space where I could rent for, I don't know, $300, $500, whatever it is a month, rather than $30,000 a month would be something that would be incredibly beneficial. I also dislike the idea of using public funds for expanding corporate profits with below market rents. If we were just talking about how your bonds were underwater already, I find it to be corporate welfare. I have almost 2 decades in corporate leases, and for me, it's dubious from the proposed finances that were disclosed that Coffee Cowboy and Flowers by Ella can even make the rent on the space. If it's a nonprofit providing free services, I don't mind so much the subsidized rent, or maybe not subsidized, but break-even rent, however you want to put that. In my opinion, I would encourage this board to accept a nonprofit who has provided free programs for decades over a for-profit company. If you wish to go with them, I would at least request that part of lease ensures affordability by some sort of profit cap. Even if those caps can be worked around, there would need to be some pretty strong language to ensure that that is complied with.
Thank you, Matthew. Could you state your last name for the record as well?
Matthew Legault.
Thank you. We're going to do the 2 more people on this sheet, and then we'll go to online and switch back to in the room. So next we have Jason, or did he speak earlier? Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. So then Sheldon Tannenbaum, please.
Thank you very much. First, I would just like to say that, excuse me, that Pinhead has been and continues to make Telluride a cooler place. It provides a service to the kids, from teaching science to holding summer camps to weekly summer punk programs at the library. And you're looking at a great divergence between a for-profit business and a nonprofit. And as Sarah mentioned, I think the mission of Voodoo is to help those who need it the most. And I think you should reconsider your recommendation for the Cowboy. I'm not against the Cowboy. They do a wonderful business, but they also have a lot of potential places they could be leasing. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's switch to online. I see Judy Haas is the first in line with her hand up.
Hi, I did send in a letter in support of the Pinhead Institute, and I am still in support of the Pinhead Institute, but I'm also thinking that why could we not have the Coffee Cowboy, Flowers by Ella, and the Pinhead Institute all working together in that space?
Happy with that.
Be lovely to be sitting there drinking coffee, surrounded by flowers and discussing science. I think it's going to be a beautiful space, and I think all three could benefit from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Next we have Heidi Stelzer.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My name is Heidi Stelzer. I'm a professor. I've been a professor at Fort Lewis College. I have worked with Pinhead, providing offerings to Telluride and the Telluride community. I served as a lead scientist on an IPCC report, and I've taught environmental science for years in our region, and I've engaged in conversations across our nation and around our globe about the predicament we have of immense challenges to grow a space that values and loves science. I feel so stinking lucky that when I was a kid, I stepped into a space where science teachers created excitement around science, possibility around science. But often what we see in the media is the tragedy of knowing a lot about our world, about our planet, and not creating the actions consistent. I don't know how we get there with the current format of international governance on climate change. So with the COPs and with where and how that happens, the UN Secretary of the UNFCCC, he spoke to the same idea I arrived at, that it is through the work of organizations like Pinhead. It is the only way forward, because people have to, and I can picture what Sarah can offer. I know her well enough to know that she can fill space and she can fill and create energy in a room. So I'm not worried about what's missing there, except that I can imagine it was really hard to go from being space constrained to trying to dream up what she would do with all that space in a short amount of time. So the bigger mission, in particular in rural regions, I'll highlight. We have things like Pinhead in cities, the Denver Museum of Nature and Science, who I've partnered with for 5 or 6 years now. They're creating spaces like what Sarah's dreaming up for Telluride. We just don't have spaces like that in rural America as much. No criticism of Coffee Cowboy, just wanting to support someone who's doing the work I see really much needed in our world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're gonna pivot to in the room. So Heather, you are up next.
Hi, my name's Heather Romney. You've seen me before. I was here about 8 years ago to talk about my work as a content specialist for the Telluride Academy summer camps. I've been coming to Telluride for 8 years. I recently purchased a property down in Placerville, and I am showing paintings at Telluride Arts HQ right now. I'm a new member of the community here, and I have collaborated with Sarah and the Pinhead Institute for many years because the Telluride Academy did not have the resources that I needed to fully run my scientific camps. I taught a robotics camp just last month. I taught an AI and art camp. The year before, I taught creative coding with P5JS. And I have not been able to do that without Sarah's support and without the support of Trang and Jessica, also from Pinhead. I went to the event last fall where the interns presented their work from their summer residency the year before. And I could not believe what I heard from those students and the joy and the excitement for learning that they demonstrated. They were placed in so many interesting spots. And when I contrasted the incredible experiences that these students had with my visit to the current Pinhead space in the basement on Pine Street, is it on Pine Street? Willow. It's tragic to me that they are working out of such a small basement where they have to move everything around to reorganize for everything else. And I don't know. I'm really impressed by the work that they've done. And I think that they can rise to the challenge of making this a space that is welcoming to everybody. I also believe that Sarah is really good at collaborating with others and can bring in those vague proposals for how that space can be used. I know I'm excited to work with Pinhead. And I just hope that if you're not going to give them this space, that you really think about how you're going to support them in the future, because these kids are everything, right? I don't know. I don't remember a single cup of coffee I've drunk in Telluride. And I never buy the flowers because they're too expensive. And I used to work in a flower shop, right? So to me, it's ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Next, we'll hear from Olivia Lavercombe.
All right. Thank you, everybody. My name's Olivia Lavercombe. I go by Lolly. I'm Ella's business partner in Flowers by Ella. And I'm going to speak on behalf of Flowers by Ella, Coffee Cowboy, and our joint application. We are proud of our application. We worked really hard on it, and we're grateful for the recommendation. Ultimately, we found that we had a more symbiotic relationship in our businesses together. We found a way to incorporate communal space, rentable workshop space in the mezzanine, and we found it to be the most collaborative use of space with a coffee, deli, more affordable food options. We provide more than just flowers, and we do provide affordable flower options. We're young business owners and we're working really hard. So with that, we also are offering full plant services. We're the only place in town that has that option. We are doing really great options for clients in the community. We provide workshops for floral, plants. We have retail section. We also support other artisans in the community and local businesses, including Color Telluride, Parker Vintage, Robin Kondracki Pottery, many handmade goods. We do our best to really make a space that shows up for more than just ourselves. And I would say the same about Coffee Cowboy. They have programs that allow people to get free coffee. They have punch cards. They have apparel programs, and they are doing things. They donate coffee to nonprofits. I think we are working really hard. What's my time? Sorry. Just got a little rambunctious for a second. And yeah, so we are two small businesses run by young entrepreneurs. We hire local workers and pay them well. I think we really do take care of our employees, and I'm really proud of that. Affordability, we are open to providing more affordable options based on tiered systems. I'm interested in that. I'm interested in, floral is an expensive thing, but we are really competitive to any other area that is floral. So Boulder area, you know, Minneapolis is where I grew up. I've been really conscious as a small business owner, as someone who operates, that's been my background, is making sure that we aren't just jacking up our prices just to do that to people. And we really support our locals. We offer 10% discount immediately, no matter what, and open to further options there. We have floral subscriptions, coffee punch cards, and ultimately, like, we are looking for stability as well. We have been in year-to-year leases. We have had rent increases every year, and we are seeing a significant rent increase, and we will not be able to stay in our spot. Coffee Cowboy has a space that is going to go up. So we are also looking for stability and affordable rent to be able to thrive here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's switch back to Zoom. So we'll hear from Caitlin Sappington, please.
Hi. Okay. Woo. Let's see here. Sorry about that. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. Hi. So some of you may know me from Disco Swell. I have also been at the Voodoo meeting since the beginning. I unfortunately could not apply due to the finishing costs. And I also did submit a letter. So just to highlight some points that I didn't bring up, I just wanted to emphasize just the community's need for affordability for food options. And I think with Coffee Cowboy's application, their coffee's not $9. It's actually the most affordable in town. And from that standpoint, in terms of just in synergy with what Lolly just said, in terms of supporting other small business owners and their idea of having a grocer and mercantile in the space where they can carry products from businesses such as mine, I think there's definitely a holistic angle. I also do want to speak to the fact that Ella's Flower Shop, we are doing a collaboration this week for the community, and it's a potting workshop. I only see more of that programming in the Voodoo space. And, you know, ultimately, I just wanted to speak to that it's nice that in a way, a lot of small business owners and community members can win by them being in this space, because they really are taking on the heavy lifting of the finishing costs to get the place to a point where it can open and be available for the community. So that's all I have to say there. And again, nothing against Pinhead. I think both applications were really strong. Just from, you know, an everyday consumer standpoint, living in Telluride, I think there's a lot of different varieties of revenue streams that will come out of the Cowboy and Flowers by Ella between grocery, affordable food, etc. So that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Caitlin. Next, let's listen to Trang.
You're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
Oh, I don't see her anymore.
We have bad reception in the basement.
Let's move to Parker, and hopefully Trang can get back on.
Hey y'all, I'm Parker Stack. I want to speak in favor of Flowers by Ella and Coffee Cowboy. As Lolly mentioned, I do sell vintage clothes there for the last year and change, and they've been nothing but great partners to me. I don't have a bad thing to say about them. And then furthermore, I think the Voodoo retail space would be well suited for them, because they serve both our local population as well as our tourist population and economy. So I think the duality of that really hits like the nail on the head. And then lastly, I don't know too much about Pinhead, but I didn't hear from this meeting, and I haven't joined every meeting, why they would need a ground floor retail space for the work they do. So I just felt like that was kind of lacking, as that's like really, you know, highly desired in the town of Telluride, especially for a flower shop or a coffee shop. And then lastly, I don't know too much what the new science center at the depot does, but I know that just opened last week. So I know that town is serviced by that nonprofit science oriented, you know, space. And that's all. Thanks.
Thanks, Parker. Looks like Trang's back on, so let's see if we can unmute Trang.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I'm actually in a little break between two camps that I'm running today. For Pinhead is a bridge camp for any kids age 8 and up, because we are actually building a working pedestrian bridge in town, and this camp is completely free for any families that want to sign their kids up. And we actually took 24 kids on this list, and so I'm working with these kids to actually teach them about the science behind bridge building, but also to like give them a place to feel like they're part of this community. And if you don't know who I am, I work for Pinhead. I am the program manager here, and I couldn't be there in person due to this camp, but I just kind of I've been listening in and out, so I'm sorry if I missed something and I couldn't, if I'm repeating something that's already been said. But to just kind of like reiterate on what Parker was saying about already having a science depot, the Telluride Research Center is centered more for adult scientists to come in and do their research. And they've been wonderful partners to Pinhead, but unfortunately it's not a space for kids to actually come and learn about STEM. And so Pinhead, we have a temporary space, and we don't know about the future of our space, whether we're able to renew or not. And that's going to be up on October 2025. But our space, if you actually have seen it in person, it is tiny. It is much tinier than what we used to work out of, but we lost that space due to a flooding. So we're actually, like, according to what Heather was saying, we shuffle things around. We make things work for the kids. And today I actually talked to a couple of parents who were very distraught that we don't actually have more programming for their kids, because we have to pick and choose due to our limited space, what kind of programming we could do at one time. So some kids, as a age group, we could do a program for them during a particular time of the year, but then other age group will have to like shift things around. And that's very detrimental. It's detrimental that the kids in this town actually don't have a place to actually belong to. And, just going back onto the affordability, I used to work for Coffee Cowboy. I was a cowgirl for 6 years. I worked under Josh and Monique, but I understand, like, it's a really great place for community. I understand all of that. But in terms of uniqueness of different organizations, we have coffee shops, we have flower shops, we have all of these other options already, but we don't really have a space for kids to learn about STEM. And if you don't have kids, you think that's a very pigeonhole idea, but that's not the case. Like, we provide so much more than kids programming. Like Sarah was saying, we do a lot of drop-in events. And just going back to the survey, like, the affordability part, the survey doesn't actually include the Latino community. And that is the community that we actually serve. So thank you.
Thank you, Trang. All right, we're gonna move back into the room, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people on the list. So we're gonna hear from those people, and then we're gonna close public comment and vote on this. So next we have Ella is up. Ella Hassan, and she's here still.
Okay.
You can just talk normal.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, I just wanted to come up here and do a quick little comment and reiterate everything that Lolly had mentioned. She had spoke for the both of us. We ultimately just wanted to share our piece and say that we're really proud of our application and that we will respect the decision made. We obviously love Pinhead as well, and we love everyone that had applied for the space. But just to kind of go back and confirm that everything she said is what we're proud of, and yeah, I just wanted to.
Okay, great.
Say my little public comment.
Thank you, Ella. Next we have Dale.
Hi, I'm Dale Startnagel. I've been in this town for 6 years now. And I would just like to be in favor of the Coffee Cowboy and Flowers by Ella, because I think those two businesses would work really well together. I know all 4 business owners there, and I think the collaborative energy between all 4 would serve the town really well. I think Haley's ideas, Scott's ideas, they're very innovative. They definitely provide creative options for this town. I can see Lolly and Ella just expanding from their space that they have right now into a larger space where they can provide more goods for people to purchase. And I think that it would be a great place for both of them to land because the Cowboy has been looking for a spot for over 2 years now to expand from their little trailer to a retail spot as well. I think they've been very patient in that finding, and I think this is their opportunity to really expand and grow. And I think it would be advantageous for them to take over that spot and provide a space for locals to land in meetings. And yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Dale. Next, I think it's Barrett. Is that right?
No, we're good.
Okay. Is Claudia still here? No, Claudia. All right. Catherine Seifer, you are up.
Hey folks, my name is Catherine Seifer. I'm here to support the Coffee Cowboy Flowers by Ella collab in the space. I mostly just want to say that I think implying that because these two businesses are not nonprofits, they don't care about the low income members of the community is a bit reductive. And I think that it's only going to provide them more opportunities to be sort of like pull in and provide events for the community to have a larger space, a more affordable space, and a space that they can be in for a long time. I think that if you know the folks that run these businesses, you know that they care very deeply about the entire community in Telluride. And I think we are, as some folks mentioned earlier, frankly, like missing a community space for everyone to be able to hang out in and build community, not just kids. And I actually do remember a lot of cups of coffee that I've had because they've been catalysts for building that community, making those connections. And I, for one, am really excited to see the different types of collaborations that these folks will do with artists in town, performers, people who can teach workshops, really stuff that goes outside, you know, just the STEM world and just something for kids and really expand to the whole community.
Thank you, Catherine. Leah Barak, if you'd like to say something.
Hi, everyone. I'm Leah Barak. I'm newer to town, but I've directed and choreographed the Telluride AIDS Benefit for the last 2 winters. And I'm here in support of Flowers by Ella and Coffee Cowboy, Coffee Cowboy hasn't donated, but Flowers by Ella and Color, who both run out of there, have donated flowers and clothing to this incredible organization. And so I agree with Catherine in the give back to the community and the amount that they would do by having this space and again, having more of a space to come and community builds some more around coffee and around affordable food and continue to give back in the way that they have is just, in my opinion, as a new person to town, something that I would really look forward to. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Leah. Is Andre still here? Yes, sweet.
My name is Andres Santiago Vargas Johnson. I just want to start off by saying thank goodness we're not talking about another art gallery or real estate office. And how cool is it that we have 2 awesome women-led projects that would both be awesome for the community. For me, what's important, and I'm speaking in favor of Coffee Cowboy and Flowers by Ella, but just keeping a sense of cultural identity in town. And we've already seen a lot of people being forced out of town. I mean, we've been open a year and just the amount of like working people that can actually go out and support businesses has been tough enough. So it's just seeing a space that can foster creativity and be affordable and have a community gathering space for local artists, not to mention affordable food options, which really seems like the best use of a space for a new community building. Speaking to their business, they could get other places in town. I'm sure people are aware, but a small majority of owners own a large percentage of commercial space in town. and the rent deals are absurd, 10% gross. For me, we had good winter, and a lot of that time, that 10% gross could be like 30% of profit. And if we want to stay open and keep doing community service, it's fucking hard. I'm sorry to my language. So to see affordable space for a place that can provide a service for town in this community, I mean, not be having their getting ringed out by these landlords who are just, that's a different topic, but it's really cool that the town is creating an opportunity for this. And I think it would really be the best use of space to provide an affordable business option that will give the community a lot to offer. Thank you.
Thanks, Jace. Next we have Marissa Marshalka.
Thanks everybody for your time. My name is Marissa Marshalka, not a resident of Telluride, but I live in Mountain Village and I work with youth and families across San Miguel County. I think it's really cool to see the support that is here for both of the applicants. As someone who works with youth and families, I'm here to support Pinhead. I think giving them the opportunity to have a sustainable space in town is really important for the health of our kids and our families. I care specifically about connecting youth with trusted adults and the way that that can change their future, change health outcomes, well, there's a lot of statistics that are about to be presented with groups like Communities That Care regarding suicidality and other risk factors for kids in our community. Pinhead does a fabulous job at making their programs as accessible as possible. I sign a lot of students and kids who are connected with one-to-one up for Pinhead programming, and there's never a question of, there's never a barrier to entry. It's always very easy to get kids connected with these, with their programs. Cost is never an issue. We're able to like speak openly about that. And yeah, I really appreciate, I think Pinhead does a fabulous job at things like that. I guess I'd also like to say Pinhead did receive 84 letters of support for being able to use this space. They just had to move from one side of town to the other. Things are sort of like in flux there, but the programming was able to continue. The programming doesn't only help kids in Telluride, but it's students across the county. Kids down in Cortez in the West End are able to be part of the Pinternship program. I love the fact that Pinhead exists here for our families. And I also feel like maybe there is a chance for collaboration. I think also having a space for a community hangout and coffee and flowers is also important for people who don't have kids in the community or for just everyone in general. So yeah, thank you so much. Just think Pinhead's great. So I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Marissa.
Yeah.
All right. We're seeing some more hands up, but online, but I feel like we kind of need to get this wrapped up. So let's do the last two in the room were Haley Nenadal and then Megan Honey, and then we'll go back to council.
Hi, my name is Haley Nenadal, and I have lived here for 8 years. I have had the opportunity to work for Flowers by Ella the last 6 months, and every Wednesday or Tuesday morning now, I was there this morning, I water their plants in their shop. And every week I get to see who walks in their doors, and it's families and it's kids and it's tourists and it's locals and it's creatives and it's artists. And it is a very collaborative place. I've been hearing people describe it as just a flower shop, and I know that that's not true. I've seen Lolly and Ella support a ton of artists. There's a lot of artists that make their ends meet because their art sells in Flowers by Ella. Sorry, my voice is shaky. I don't love public speaking. There's a lot of part-time workers in this town that are supported by Flowers by Ella. I know a lot of people that get their hours, sorry, it's in the same conversation, for affordable housing through working hours at Flowers by Ella, either in shops or in weddings or in the service industry that Flowers by Ella supports. I'll also say that Coffee Cowboy sponsors a lot of nonprofits in this town with their coffee. I know that seems less, I don't know, not less, but they're still sponsoring these nonprofits and helping them meet their costs. Red with Color. So I'm a filmmaker, and he helped make God, I'm really shaking. He made beanies that helped support our film. We were able to fundraise for our film and cover costs for our filmmaking with stuff that he made. And then Flowers by Ella sold the beanies. So as a way for people to proactively support filmmakers here in town. And I just think they really think outside the box. I think they're really big collaborators. Obviously, Sarah, I do support you, and I support Pinhead and the work that you guys do. So I really want to say that. But yeah, and the last thing I'll say is it would be really great to have a community support or a community space that isn't alcohol driven. It's not a bar. It's a place that people can hang that isn't just purely alcohol. And I'll also say that a lot of people come in to the plant shop because I take care of plants there, and they say that the plants help with mental health. And I know that that's like a funny thing to bring up in this kind of conversation, but I just think it serves more than just flowers at weddings. And I wanted to say that.
Thank you, Haley. And then our last speaker, if she would like to, would be Megan Honey.
Hi, my name is Megan Honey. I also hate public speaking, so it shows you how much I care about what's going on. I'd like to start by saying these aren't just coffee shops and flower shops. These are places that locals gather daily, and we've already agreed and established here today that these businesses are the backbone of our community. And if you are new to this community, you may only see cups of coffee and flowers. But when I look at it, I see local jobs, the local rhythm of a community, and spaces that keep us connected to one another. No one is denying the excellent and important work that Pinhead does, but we're here to discuss the highest and best use of a subsidized space. Over the years, we have lost genuine community spaces in favor of galleries, real estate offices, and t-shirt shops. And as a working local, a space that provides daily, high-impact consumer use in a meeting space is a better and higher use of a space beneath a local housing project. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to close public comment. It is 12:26 or something like that. Let's go down the line if anybody has anything to add or a response. I think that was one of the better public comment collections we've received both by letter and in person. So thank you so much. Mr. Enright, do you have anything to add?
Nothing to add. Thank you. Happy to listen to what everyone else has to say first. Thank you.
Okay. Ashley or Mian?
I was just going to say, I wish that it kind of, bums me out that there wasn't a better collaboration, because I think that these three organizations could have figured something out. I think that maybe that was just maybe lost in communication. I don't know, but I support both of these groups wholeheartedly. I see the value that both of these applicants the kind of finalist applicants, I'll say, because there was another applicant, but these two finalist applicants would bring to that space. So I would just say that, this decision is not done lightly and not without the idea that it will greatly affect both parties either way. So yeah, that's all I'm gonna say.
We're still completely open to sharing, just like we were the first submission.
Okay, Mian?
I'll just quickly say, these are two great and incredible groups of individuals that put forth applications, and we're so grateful that both groups want to serve this community. I heard the words just a and the word less to describe some of these businesses. And I just want to be super clear that having female-run organizations step forward to take over this space, from my perspective as a female entrepreneur, is incredibly validating. And there's no just to anything that anybody is doing to serve this community. Every little step, every little move that we make is making this town and the people that live in it better. And I just want to thank both groups so much for doing that. Megan used a phrase that I love to use quite a bit when I'm making decisions, which is the highest and best use. And ultimately right now, at this point in time, my perspective is that the highest and best use is anything that will bring everybody in from all walks of life, all
ages, all genders, all demographics into one space to be able to interact with more frequency to allow for us to have better and more productive community conversations. And I think at this point in time, a food and beverage establishment that can provide an affordable place for the people that live and work here to gather is what I do believe is the highest and best use at this time. And I just want to thank everybody, obviously, for their work in applying for the space.
I won't be repetitive. Thank you, both organizations, for your time and putting together wonderful proposals. They're very difficult to choose one versus the other, and just reiterates to me the need for a long-term goal, maybe longer than this council will sit, to look at other opportunities of how we can increase these types of spaces for a variety of uses for our community. And I'll leave it at that.
Thanks.
I've said everything I have to say. Thank you for everybody and their support and willing to speak out.
Great. I guess the last thing that I would add is I think that this just shows that, as Teddy said, deed restricted commercial is a really big need. And this is our first project where this has actually come to fruition. We've been talking about it for years and years. So I'm really excited that we get to have this and that we can learn from it and carry that knowledge into the next project. I think this is a win or a win because both of these proposals are really great. And that's all I've said what I thought in the beginning. So I would entertain a motion at this point.
I move to approve the committee's recommendation to lease the approximately 3,000 gross square feet of commercial space with the Voodoo Affordable Housing Project to Coffee Cowboy and Flowers by Ella. Furthermore, I move that the Telluride Housing Authority direct staff to finalize and execute the lease agreement at their discretion, incorporating the recommended terms and conditions.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Jesse and a second from Mian. Any more discussion? Seeing none, we should vote.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Me and yes.
Teddy, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Geneva, yes. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody, for participating today. And we are going to, by unanimous consent, adjourn the Telluride Housing Authority meeting for the day and take a break for lunch. And hand it back to Teddy. Okay, great.
Okay, we are gonna reconvene the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting. It's Tuesday, August 6th, 2024. It is 1:01 PM and we are here in Rebecca Hall and hybrid online. And that brings us to item number 3 on the agenda, which is public comment. Each person will be allotted no more than 5 minutes, and overall public comment will be limited to 45 minutes in total per council meeting. Is there anybody in the room for public comment? I just ask you to pick a lucky microphone, whatever one you want, and just state, yeah, that's fine, sure. Just state your name and where you live, and we'll go from there.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Joyce Cohen. I live at 20 Creekside Drive in Durango, Colorado.
You had to trip up. Thank you.
Yes. I'm here today to talk to you about puppy mills. And you may have all heard about the atrocities that go on in puppy mills. And I'm not talking about responsible breeders that you may know. I'm talking about factory farms that house thousands of dogs and keep them in horrific conditions. You folks actually have the opportunity to help get rid of these puppy mills by joining over 450 towns, including 17 in Colorado, and 8 states that have passed legislation banning the sale of puppies and kittens in pet stores. Pet stores are the ones that buy from puppy mills, therefore perpetuating their existence. And I'll tell you why it's important to Telluride in a minute. Puppy mills are governed by the USDA, and I use the term governed very loosely. It's perfectly legal to keep dogs in cages only 6 inches bigger than the dog. They never have to let them out of the cages, ever. I've seen some rescues from puppy mills. They don't know how to walk because they've never been out of a cage. They are wire and mesh cages that they stack one on top of another so that the dogs above relieve themselves on the dogs below. They are not required to have any interaction with other dogs or humans. They do not get proper veterinary care. When the dog is no longer of use to the puppy mill, which is usually at about 5 years old, they can dispose of them in any manner they choose. I've also heard of them actually sticking metal pipes down the dog's throats to sever their vocal cords so that they can't bark. Because the parent dogs are kept in such horrific conditions, the puppies are often sick. And the CDC actually recommends that people do not buy puppies from pet stores because they spend thousands of dollars on these puppies. They get them home, and then they wind up spending thousands more on veterinary bills. There are many instances where families have become completely attached to these puppies, and several months later, they die. So this is not just a humane issue, it's also a consumer protection issue. And now you may be wondering, why am I here? Telluride does not have a pet store that sells puppies and kittens, but I cannot stress to you enough that this is a preemptive ordinance. You have to pass it before a pet store wants to come and sell puppies and kittens. Once that happens, it's too late. Now, an even bigger reason now is that there has been talk that Monica Duran, who's the House Majority Leader in the Colorado House, is thinking about introducing this on the statewide level, which is the goal. Our goal is to get this passed on a statewide level. Now, the more localities that pass the ordinance, the stronger the message is to the state that this is what Coloradans want. We need to support her. We need to speak for those who have no voice. Further, the whole West Coast, California, Oregon, and Washington have all passed this on a statewide level. That means that the pet stores that are there are going to be looking for a new home. And if Colorado doesn't have this legislation in place, we're a prime target. Now, last year, over 5,000 dogs were imported into Colorado from puppy mills to sell at pet stores. The last thing we need is more pet stores here selling cats and dogs when our shelters and rescues are absolutely maxed out. More and more dogs are being euthanized now, less and less are being adopted. No responsible breeder will sell to a pet store. You are not affecting a responsible breeder. And people can still get their designer and purebred dogs. They just need to go to either a responsible breeder or a breed-specific rescue. we love our companion animals. It's amazing if you look at pictures of puppy mills, you would think we were in a third world country. And it's just mind boggling that people turn a blind eye to this. And you know, how this goes on in our country in this day and age, it's hard to understand. You know, this is a budget neutral, bipartisan issue. I'm just asking that you Telluride lets the state know that it does not condone the inhumane treatment of animals and gives their support to this ordinance. You know, selling dogs retail is a dying business. 24 out of the 25 major pet store chains don't sell. They hold adoption pets. Thank you so much. I have brought some information. I will be emailing you probably some more information. You may get a packet from another organization. And my goal is to get on a future agenda, or you can be like Breckenridge, who just said, yeah, let's do it. So I will be in touch via email.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I just want to just acknowledge it very quickly. I think we are a pet-friendly town and pretty proud of it. And not that I'm supposed to respond to public comment. I don't want to get into that habit, but out of respect for you for driving up from Durango and pointing out the reasons why we may need to pass this, even though we don't have anyone selling dogs. I think we probably pretty well aligned on that, and we'll figure out what's our best path to move forward. But thank you for bringing this to our attention.
I'll email some model ordinances too.
Great, thank you. It looks like there's no one else in the room for public comment. Tiffany, is there anyone online for public comment?
Yes, we have Roland Halpern that I'm going to unmute.
Okay.
Roland, you're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Roland Halpern. I live at 2331 South Cromeria Street in Denver, and unfortunately I could not make the drive today. But I am the executive director of Colorado Voters for Animals. We represent over 45,000 supporters throughout Colorado. And I also wanted to touch base on the issue of preemptive puppy mill type ordinance. Polls show that 77% of the public oppose puppy mills. And while 80% say they would not buy from a pet store if they knew the puppy came from a puppy mill, 78% have no idea where pet store puppies are actually sourced from. Why should a town that currently has no pet store selling puppies need to enact an ordinance to prevent sales in the future? Well, absent an ordinance, a pet store could open at any time, or an existing store could begin selling puppies. While a planning commission or a town council could refuse a permit, the question is, would they? And what if the rejected applicant decides to contest and file a lawsuit, placing a financial litigation burden on the taxpayers? A prohibition would ensure this scenario wouldn't happen to begin with. An argument that puppy sales generate jobs and taxes fails to consider the financial burden incurred by towns and counties to establish, regulate, and maintain shelters. If a shelter animal is not adopted because the potential owner instead purchases from a pet store, the additional cost of care falls on the shelter. According to the Telluride Humane Society, the cost to provide food and shelter is $25 a day. So how much longer would a passed over animal remain unadopted? No one knows. And the sad fact is that when some shelters face capacity issues, the animals that have been held the longest may be euthanized. Additionally, because puppies from puppy mills may experience serious genetic and hereditary medical problems once they grow older, surrenders to shelters increase when owners can no longer afford expensive veterinary care. How many of us would consider adopting an animal knowing it would involve a significant investment in such medical care? If you visit the Telluride Humane Society's website, you will note their mission is, quote, "We will strive to educate the public about the joy and need for pet adoptions and help put an end to breeding and puppy mills," unquote. They are all too familiar with the problems puppy mills create. You have the opportunity to avoid what could be a contentious future should an existing pet store begin selling puppy mills or puppies from puppy mills, or a new pet store tries to move in. Passing an ordinance sends the message the town of Telluride will not tolerate the abuse and suffering caused by puppy mills. Far from a solution looking for a problem, this is a preemptive act to prevent problems in the first place. Thank you, and I'll take any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Once again, we appreciate bringing this issue to our attention. I don't have any questions. And again, for sake of being so remote, I would honor questions if anyone has one, but I'm happy to discuss in our agenda setting meetings, what maybe some steps will be, and we'll take it from there. Is there anybody else online for public comments?
No.
Okay, great. Thank you for coming. We appreciate it. Item number 4, presentations and proclamations. There are none. Item 5, appointments to boards and commissions have already been read, as well as the consent calendar. Item number 6 already approved. We will move to public hearing, item 7A, second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending Land Use Code Article 7, Historic and Architectural Review, Division 1, Historic Preservation Overlay District for the purpose of amending the design guidelines and standards for building in Telluride, January 2016 edition. We have Erica Jensen online with us. Thank you. And we'll hand it off to you.
Great, thank you so much. This is the second reading. There's been no changes from the first reading, and there's also been no public comment received. I'm happy to answer any questions, and you have the recommended motion in front of you as well.
Great. Is there any questions for Erica from council? Seeing none, we have nobody in person in the public to further discuss. Tiffany, can you double check if there's anyone online?
Nobody online.
Nobody online. So unless we have any further discussion that wants to be brought up, I will entertain a motion.
Yes, Mayor. Before we go into a motion, I do have just 2 points I just wanted to discuss with council on this, and apologies, I'm doing several things at once, so let me just get this up so I can reference the point in particular. One, if you can pull up the agenda attachment to the accommodations zone district for it, and sorry, I was just doing multiple things at once here, specifically around the language around the Main Street corridor, and I'm just trying to find it myself, about how the guidelines will be more strictly enforced for that specific corridor. I hadn't noticed that specific language on first reading, but I noticed it in review prior to this meeting, and a search through the rest of the document showed no other iterations of that specific language ever being used about having more specific or more strictly enforcing the guidelines for that specific area. We have one set of guidelines, we have one set of rules. The idea that we should pick and choose where to more or be more stringent and to be really focusing specifically on that and specifically calling it out was concerning. And I think it's very much in regards to a specific project. And
Can you point us to where?
Yeah, I don't.
sorry, let me find it here really quickly.
I did see it.
Apologies.
Oh, I think I just found it on page 114 at the bottom of the attachment
Yes.
out of the whole packet. But it
That
was
is,
yeah.
Under.
it's in the accommodations zone section that starts at page 113 in the packet edition. Elena is right. It's in page 114 of the packet edition. Quote the specific language, the Gateway Corridor along Colorado Avenue in particular is an essentially sensitive area, and the guidelines will be more stringently applied to the projects in the area. Apologies, I used the wrong word, not strictly, stringently. So I think it plays into the further narrative of town has been accused at times of playing by our own rules or not making up one set of guidelines for everybody else and not for ourselves. I think that is an inaccurate narrative. I think that the town of Telluride is always fully compliant with our applications. And this sort of language, especially when it's written in stone in these review guidelines, to me plays into that narrative, is detrimental not only to the town as we work for it, but every applicant. I think that we have solid guidelines here. There's lots of great parts of these guidelines, and that type of picking and choosing where to more strictly apply and to not apply is a disservice to the town. It's disservice to its citizens. It's disservice to the applicants who would utilize these guidelines.
Ashley?
I just want to clarify. So you said that you think it's a specific project. Are you talking about Canyonlands Tower House?
Yes.
I would just say, if you go further down, 4.1 Colorado Avenue corridor, it calls out specifically that area. And it says from Davis Street and the edge of the historic district, east to the town limits, west on that's what they're specifying is. So this project that you're concerned about is actually is prior to what they're designating as the Colorado Avenue corridor. I don't know if that helps some of your concerns. I hear what you're saying, that we should apply, I believe we should apply all of our rules equitably, which in my opinion should be strictly. So I don't know if it's necessary to call that out, but I just wanted to point out that they do clarify that they're saying from the beginning of Davis, which would be after the specific projects that you might have concerns about.
Well, the particular sentence that that Dan is concerned about doesn't actually reference the Colorado Avenue corridor as a proper noun. It just says the Gateway corridor and leaves it kind of vague and not proper. It's not capitalized. So there is some room for interpretation there. So I almost feel like your point is maybe if we change that to the Colorado Avenue corridor in capital letters and reference specifically that, but then that's the historic district, not accommodations. And this section is accommodations. So that's addressed in a different section of the guidelines. So I actually tend to agree with Dan that that feels like it's giving our boards kind of a permission to be unnecessarily strict on certain projects versus others when it's not upheld by the zoning or the guidelines themselves. And I want to keep what I'm saying pretty vague, but I do think that this has some detrimental consequences with certain things being unfairly applied when they actually are not applied, when certain things are being applied to certain projects when they're actually within the guidelines of that zoning district. I mean, I think the question is, does the entire, what do they call it? The Gateway corridor, all of Colorado, not just starting at Davis, is that our historic district or is it not? Because my understanding is it's not. You look at the high school, the Clarks, and so we've been really careful in picking what parts of our town are historically significant and where we want to preserve that architecture. But some of the guidelines from those districts are seeping their way into accommodations districts. And I do think it's a problem. I feel like I should keep it pretty big picture. So.
Any other comments?
And actually to sort of tag on to exactly what you just said, Eleanor, because it ties directly into the second point in the same section in accommodations. This is at the beginning of every zone district, so it's not unique to this, but once you start looking outside the historic landmark district, this is where I have the question where it says HARC can be more restrictive or vary certain dimension limitations, i.e. height, mass, and scale through the design review process, et cetera, et cetera. Now, within the historic landmark district, I certainly think that's completely appropriate, completely the reasoning for HARC, why we have this commission, we want to support them. But once you start looking at the outskirts of town where the only buildings were built within the last 50 years and are outside the period of significance, are not historically rated as contributing or significant, I think that it ties to what I said when we were discussing this at the last meeting of how do we balance empowering Hark, but also making sure that we stay true to the goals and values that we as council set, and make sure that we empower ourselves the ability to feasibly accomplish those goals, affordable housing chief among them. And so when we give sort of veto authority or this great limitation to one of our lower boards and commissions, it's at least worthy of conversation. I'm not at this moment suggesting striking that provision. I would like to strike the provision around the Gateway Corridor along Colorado Avenue, but I do want to have a quick discussion with the rest of council, because it's very worth considering of when we are talking outside of the historic landmark district and we are giving sort of ultimate authority to a lower board to determine mass and scale, which obviously ties directly to how much affordable housing in particular we are able to produce. That is a tough and tricky balancing act that we should consider and discuss, in my opinion.
Okay, thanks, Dan. I'd like to chime in and say I'm actually okay with it, because the gateway is important, and I know it's never going to be contributing to the historic district, but having a certain look and feel is good on the one entryway into town, and having a little bit more is good in my humble opinion. The reality is once if we get approvals on Canyonlands and Tower House, that probably leaves 2 lots left for redevelopment that are privately owned across the street, and the future would be redevelopment. It's my guess that from Davis Street to the Circle is built out, school district in the field on one side, backs of houses in Bachman Village on the other, then Clark's, and to the Canyonlands all the way to the Tower House, and then the Hotel Telluride across the street from there. So I'm not sure how much is left there, and almost think that maybe it's for a future discussion if you want to create a separate overlay district, entry district, whether it's like the gondola corridor down to the gondola, that should have separate rules. And maybe that's for a later date and time. Just my thoughts.
I don't think we need, my comments are that I don't think we need to get into the merits of what's there or what project or affordable housing or free market. It doesn't matter. The question that Dan's bringing up is, should we be expanding the historic district and what our strictest laws apply to? I also don't like the line of will be more stringently applied to projects in this area, because it just fully calls out the subjective nature of this whole process, which I thought we were trying to hone in on and make less subjective. So I see Dan's concern there. I mean, I think people bring up the gateway into town all the time, whether it's solar carports in the school parking lot, or our project on the valley floor, or future free market projects that are going to be on the north side of the spur. So I think we have a pretty solid historic preservation district, and I think it makes sense for areas outside of that to be held to a different standard because they're not within the boundaries. So I'd rather not expand the historic district in that way. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah, it makes sense. And if it's extending the historic district, I agree. I'm not really in favor of that. I don't think it needs, again, here's the problem. It's creating something that's subjective. And that people can interpret entirely different ways. And we're having that discussion right now. What I'm thinking is entirely different than what everyone else is thinking. And that's what we're trying to avoid. So I think that, is it as simple as, can we clean that language up? And is that going to drive this process longer? So be it. But having a little bit more, whether it's taking it out and then having Hark and P&Z discuss it later. I value their opinions and understand why it's there, but it just, like it's been pointed out, it just creates more subjectiveness instead of saying this is the rule. Ashley?
Yeah, I agree that I don't like the word stringent, more stringent. or however they say it stringently. It's because this might be a difference from why Dan doesn't like it. I don't like it because I think that if we have rules, and like you said, we want to create clarity and understanding, then we should have the rules, and it shouldn't be like, well, the rules will really apply right now and not really apply other times. So I would like it so that, that both members of HARC, when they have to make, or P&Z, whoever's having to enforce this, they have clear guidance, and then also applicants have clear understanding that you're not trying to guess how strict or where it's going to lie. You should know the rule, and then you follow the rule. And then if you're non-compliance, then it's dealt with.
Well, and I think to kind of follow up on that, I think sometimes what is happening is that guidelines from other zones are being brought into the conversation in zones where that's not applicable. And so certain elements are being applied to building projects that don't actually sit in the zone that the guideline is written for. And I feel like this is basically saying that that's okay to like pull whatever guidelines they want into a project because they feel a certain way. But I think the zoning district should tell us those guidelines, and we have really clear guidelines. And if the project's within the guidelines, then it meets our already strict design guidelines. And this is something that has come up in HARC recently, so I think it is relevant to talk about, is that the boards are sometimes ignoring the guidelines for the district and choosing some arbitrary limitations because of a certain location when it's not applicable to the property that they're talking about. And I think that that's like a bunch of like messy gray area that is causing a lot of issues and honestly taking up a lot of time. Like it makes it so, the architects are coming in with a design that fits all of the guidelines. And then the board is saying, hey, but we actually think this should be lower. And they're like, but it's within the appropriate height of the area. And the board doesn't really have anything in that zone to back that up except for a feeling. But then like, this is kind of giving them the leeway to say that. And it's unclear to our applicants. And I think it's also unfair. Like we talk so much about equity, and the same guidelines should just apply to all the building projects.
No, I think a lot of that has to do with like the nature of the specific neighborhoods too. You're not going to put like a giant house just because it's within the building limits next to a tiny house. It's just, 120
that
years.
happens all the time.
It's old though. I mean, they usually have something bigger behind it. I mean, I think there's a rhyme and a reason to what the board is doing. There's some sort of like.
But the design guidelines dictate what they have to reference a design guideline to make those decisions. And so all that's written into the guidelines that it has to fit into the context.
There's small variations, but I don't think that.
I mean, Jesse, the largest house in town is going to be built between here and Rebecca Hall and Main Street. It's the empty lot that's getting developed is going to be the largest square foot home in the town of Telluride, right here in the downtown core.
Yeah, that's been wasn't that the one where the lot line vacation thing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's been in the works.
I want to stay on topic on this and not go. So, maybe this is the compromise, is that we look at removing that sentence. And if the proper, and I don't know if this is the proper way, Kevin or Zoe chime in, is send it back to P&Z, I would guess first, and say, do you want a gateway corridor district with different regulations? Do you think it's that important? And let them discuss it and decide,
I think this is what they've recommended to us. And if we make our amendments, vote on first reading, that's why we have second readings. And then they can come if they disagree with our.
Right.
what
Well,
we've passed.
yeah, but the difference is actually creating something that's not as it's new, but it's also like not just we can do whatever we want because we're just worded it stringent.
I think they should come
what I
up
think
with the
that-
language.
Yeah, and do it differently. I mean, I'm okay. Are we okay with asking them that, or?
A couple things, Mayor. This is on for second reading. So this is your final approval. This isn't your first consideration of it. I do think this is one sentence in a 100+ page document, and you have the authority to adopt the document. There are recommendations that come to you. You have the authority to adopt the document. If you want to remove one sentence out of a 100+ page document, I don't think it would require putting this out for a third reading. Third readings are when you have a change that influences the substantive provisions of an ordinance. And I think this is one sentence. I think it stands alone on that one issue. So I think you could pass it there. I think the other discussions are much more detailed and much broader, whether you want to have a certain separate treatment area, whether you want to have limited jurisdiction. I've heard of this before, that HARC just acts on applications inside a landmark district. That's not the way it is right now. Those are broader discussions. I don't think you can tackle those today. If you want to tackle just this one sentence and move this on, I think you can do it. Just have a motion that calls for the deletion of that sentence.
Okay.
And the proposal, I think, if I were to be made to make one, I think I would remove just that specific language that HARC can be more restrictive within this zone district, which is outside of the historic landmark district. So that's not saying that HARC doesn't review applications outside of that district. It's not to say that they don't have a very important voice and help guide the process of getting the applicant to final approval, but it just removes that ability to make more restrictive limitations that are instead set and guided by the land use code. So it's not a removal of rules. It is just a narrowing in one specific section is the recommendation I am proposing.
That's different than what we're looking at. So let's be clear.
Yes.
So the one is the sentence on page 131 of your packet materials. I don't have a page number for the other one that Mr. Enright's referencing.
It's the same page, sir. The same page, Kevin. It's just higher up, and where it says note, the Telluride land use code.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, Erica.
That is a massive change to both the design guidelines and the land use code, removing that language. If that language was removed, I think there would be need to take it back to the boards. I do think that could be addressed with our comprehensive plan that's coming up and then our land use code rewrite. I think that might be an appropriate time to address those processes and those concerns that you have.
Yeah, and I would agree. I think the change to the provision at the bottom of, or towards the bottom of 131, removing the gateway corridor, is a very simple change. The note, as Erica points out, that actually is found in the land use code. I think it's just a recitation of the land use code provisions that cross-reference the HARC provisions. And it basically just says, and I think it's intended to say this, that if you think that you have something as for lack of a better phrase, a use by right under the land use code, recognize that HARC can alter those dimensional limits or those what are viewed as by some people dimensional entitlements in their review. So I do believe that is a more substantial change. And I don't think I could support that right now, nor do I think you can do it without, as Erica says, changing land use code provisions as well. So it's up to you. If you want to change the gateway corridor section, that sentence, the gateway corridor along Colorado Avenue, if you want to delete that, I think that's perfectly within your purview. The note, I think, is a more substantial discussion.
And I wanted to add also one other part of clarity for the corridor piece. The design guidelines pertain to treatment areas, not zoning, and all areas except for, I think it's the west side, which is Sunnyside, one others, is part of the historic preservation overlay district. So the entire town. So we're not talking about the historic district or so on and so forth. It is the overlay zone, which is the entire town. Just clarifying some of those points.
And I actually agree with you, Kevin, that it's because the note is different than how it's stated in that one sentence. So for us, it's pretty simple. We remove the one sentence and we approve it. If we vote to approve it or deny it, or we send it back to them to redo that whole land use code part. Because I can see the differences from the gateway corridor along Colorado Avenue, just calling out a random street, versus saying you don't have the ability to generally do the dimensional limitations and why they're, thank you for clearing, both of you, thank you for clearing that up in at least my mind to understand the differences. I think those are the three choices: approve, deny, or send it back to them. And if there's any further discussion, we can have it, but if not, I'd entertain a motion.
And I know it's a huge can of worms I just opened. It's worthy of, I think, of a substantial discussion that I don't know that we have time for today. But it's something that's been on my mind, and this feels like the opportunity to discuss it and consider it.
Well, and it's just another discussion if we think as a town it's beneficial to re-identify the gateway corridor or something with some definition. And I don't think that needs to be, it can't be decided today, but if we need to do that, knowing what it is, and that can be done at a later time.
I'm
I
in
think
favor of striking that sentence.
I am too.
I'm in favor of denying it or sending it back.
I'm in favor of striking and accepting the rest of it, the one sentence.
I will entertain a motion.
I move to deny on second reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending Land Use Code Article 7, Historic and Architecture Review Division 1, Historic Preservation Overlay District for the purpose of amending the design guidelines and standards for building in Telluride, January 2016 edition.
A second.
We have a motion from Jesse Ray and a second from Dan. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Dan, yes.
Elena, no.
Even though.
Mia, no.
Ashley, no.
Teddy, no. It is defeated 2-5. Am I doing that right, Tiffany?
You got it.
Okay, so
I'll make a motion.
I'll take another motion.
I move to approve on second reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending Land Use Code Article 7, Historic and Architectural Review, Division 1, Historic Preservation Overlay District for the purpose of amending the design guidelines and standards for building in Telluride, January 2016 edition, with the following change. Oh God, I just lost it. Sorry, guys. Please remove the sentence, the gateway corridor along Colorado Avenue in particular is an especially sensitive area, and the guidelines will be more stringently applied to projects in this area.
Second.
We have a motion from Mian, a second from Elena. Mian, how do you vote?
And yet,
Oh, just make sure public comment, public hearing.
Oh, sorry. Is there anybody in the room for public comment? Sorry. Thanks, Kev. Thanks for reminding me. Is there anyone on Zoom? Nope. Okay. Seeing no other public comment, no further public comment. Any further discussion before we vote? We have a motion from Mian and a second from Elena. Mian, how do you vote?
me and yes.
Elena, yes.
Jesse Ray, no.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes. That is approved. Is that 6-1? Great. Erica, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Move on to item 7B. Second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the Telluride Municipal Code at Chapter 18 Land Use Code for the purpose of creating new sign regulations, including repealing and replacing Land Use Code Article 3 Zone District Regulations, Division 4 Sign Regulations, amending Land Use Code Article 3 Zone District Regulations, Division 2 Zone Regulations, Division 1 General, Table 3-5 Permitted Signs and Sign Characteristics, repealing Land Use Code Article 4 Nonconformities, Section 4-106 Signs, and amending Land Use Code Article 6 Land Use and Development Applications, Division 1 Uses and Activities Permitted by Review. And we have Ron Corals here to present.
Thank you, Mayor Erico. This is the second reading on the ordinance that you considered at your first, or on the July 16 meeting as a first reading. Simply put, it simplifies the land use code by putting all of our sign regulations in one place. It's content neutral, which means we don't regulate based on the content of the sign. We've added new definitions. We've included again, one section in our land use code that deals with all signage requirements. We've removed any conflicts that may occur in other sections of the code by either amending or deleting those sections. Doesn't really fundamentally change the existing regulations that are in place. HARC approved this or recommended approval at two meetings, May 15 and June 12th. P&Z also recommended approval at the May 23rd meeting and the June 27th meeting. There were two minor changes that were made on first reading that included the sandwich board signs, basically to ensure that the regulations that we had in place continued to be in place, specifically relating to the location of sandwich board signs on private property. We also added new references concerning color temperature, 3000 kelvins. Thank you, Councilmember Levin, for guiding us in that change. Other than that, that's the only changes that were made at first reading. We've made no other changes on second reading, and we have a suggested motion in your packet. And other than that, be glad to answer any questions.
Ron, thank you very much. Does any council member have a question on this? Any questions for Ron?
I do. And this is just to make sure like it's clear and that the interpretation is right about the color temperature. The way it's written, it says limited to 3000 kelvins, but I think the intent is that it's 3000 or fewer, like 3000 or less. And I don't know if that needs to be added or if the interpretation and enforcement, like if limiting it means it can go up to that and not higher. I just felt like that was a little unclear. And then based on what we talked about, it was more, there was more of a window of temperature instead of specifically 3000.
Yeah, you could interpret that language as only 3000.
Yeah.
Is
And
acceptable.
so maybe we just need limited to 3000 or less.
Shall not exceed.
Shall not exceed. Yeah, something to just make sure that's clear. Because I can see how you could read it to have the intent that we want it to have, but I could also see you reading it as being more restrictive than what we intended. So just sorry to keep harping on this.
That makes sense.
I guess the only question I would have of Kevin, is that change, does that require a third reading, or can we make that change, or can
I
council
don't,
make that change?
yeah, I don't think that would be substantive either.
Okay.
Like you could make that change here. You're just clarifying shall not exceed. Is that what I understand that language to be?
Yeah.
Proposed shall not exceed.
Any other questions for Ron? Is there anyone in the room for public comment on 7B? Tiffany, is there anybody on Zoom?
Seeing nobody on Zoom.
Okay, there's no public comment for this. Sounds like we might be ready for a motion, maybe with a change, maybe not. And unless there's any further discussion, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve on second reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the Telluride Municipal Code at Chapter 18 Land Use Code for the purpose of creating new sign regulations, including repealing and replacing LUC Article 3, Zone District Regulations, Division 4, Sign Regulations, amending LUC Article 3, Zone District Regulations, Division 2, Zone District Purposes and Standards, repealing LUC Article 3, Zone District Regulations, Division 1, General, Table 3 through 5, Permitted Signs and Sign Characteristics, repealing LUC Article 4, Nonconformities, Section 4-106, Signs, and amending LUC Article 6, Land Use and Development Applications, Division 1, Uses and Activities Permitted by Review, with the one change of 3-408E2 to change limited to 3000 kelvins to, shall be,
Shall not
shall
exceed.
not exceed 3,000 kelvins.
Second.
Wait a second on that. Kevin, are you okay with that motion?
I
Okay,
think
great.
that's exactly what you said.
Perfect. Jesse Ray, does your second still stand?
Yep.
Okay. We have a motion from Elena, a second from Jesse Ray. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ian, yes. Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously. Ron, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moves us to 7C, second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the 2024 municipal budget to reappropriate certain unexpected 2023 budget line item amounts, making supplemental appropriations from existing fund balances to various accounts, and making supplemental appropriations from revenue in excess of those estimated in the 2024 budget. And we have Kaylee Ranta here to present. Thank you, Kaylee.
Thank you. This is the second reading of our mid-year budget adjustments, and there have not been any changes since the first reading. The mid-year budget adjustments occur after our prior year audit has been completed, which happens in June of every year, and then we'll have another round of budget adjustments in December for this year's budget. Just to summarize, our overall fund balances are looking better than expected after our 2023 audit was closed out, and with these budget requests in front of you, we did have several line items due to some recommendations from our new auditors from our 2023 audit, which are included in here, and then also several transfers of budget line items into different accounts or funds where there's a better fit for those. Some new divisions created within departments. So some transfer of budget line items into those things. And then also something we do at mid-year is roll over unused budget from the prior year, mainly for capital projects where the construction period spans multiple years. And then several line items also are associated with the implementation of the compensation plan here on August 1st. And that's all I have.
Great. Thank you. Are there any further questions for this second reading? Is there anybody in the room for public comment on agenda item 7C? Seeing none, nobody on Zoom either. I would entertain the motion.
I move to approve on second reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the municipal budget to reappropriate certain unexpended 2023 budget line item amounts to make supplemental appropriations from existing fund balances to various accounts to make supplemental appropriations in excess of those estimated in the 2024 budget.
We have a motion from Jesse Ray. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion from Jesse Ray, second from Ashley. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Ashley?
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ian, yes, sorry.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes, as approved unanimously. Very much. That gets us to agenda item 7D, second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the sale of certain deed restricted real property known as Entrada Unit N. And we welcome back Allie Slayton.
Thank you, Mayor Errico. This is a public hearing on second reading to dispose of property as required by the town charter. Disposition of town-owned real estate does require 2 readings and passage of a town ordinance. At the prior meeting, that was the first reading. You might recall that this is Entrada Unit N that the town purchased on April 30th, 2024. This unit was subsequently entered into the lottery and a qualified household was chosen from that lottery. This is an ADA accessible unit. Qualified household meeting the mobility disability was prioritized as part of that lottery. And by passing an ordinance today, you would authorize the sale of that unit to the chosen household.
Great. Thank you for that. Any questions from council for Allie? Seeing none, is there anyone in the room?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to recuse myself. Just for
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Okay, we just want to make sure Mia was recused.
Why did she have to recuse her?
She lives present.
What?
I think, I thought it was
Dan
Dan
Lewis.
represented her.
That's right.
Yeah, yeah.
The buyer.
Dan represented the buyer, that's why. Just to be
He
safe.
does. Mhm.
And so, Kevin, does that affect any of our discussion to this point?
No,
Okay.
just got into it.
Great. Perfect. Anyone in the room for public discussion on this agenda item? Seeing none and no one on Zoom, unless there's any further discussion on this, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve on second reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the sale of certain deed restricted real property known as Entrada Unit N.
Second.
We have a motion from Ashley, a second from Jesse Ray. Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously.
Thank you
Ally,
very
Thank you very
much.
much. That gets us to agenda item number 8, action items. Welcome back, man. 8A, consideration of approval of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the fee schedule. Leah and Zoe to present.
This is Leah's first time, so
All right, will be nice.
welcome to being part of the town, Leah.
Oh, thanks.
And just already a couple things. Great first job on your first memo. So way to go there. And there is a correction on the motion. Should we get there? It is an increase to $72 a day. The motion says 75. So just a quick correction there. But if you want to give a little bit just of background, Leah, and where this rate came from, I'll just also say the reason we're doing this at this time instead of our regular fee adoption in the fall is just to align with the fall registration and our competitors. So go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm Leah Roman. I am the director at Elaine's Place. The town took ownership of Elaine's Place in January. It's been significant to the daily operations and improving our staff. So thank you guys for that. And with that, the town took on a heavy burden of a $85,000 deficit to run Elaine's Place. And every fall, each of the programs raise their rates, and currently we're at $65 a day. And then we want to raise to $72 a day starting September 1st. And that just falls in line with other programs that serve the same age groups that we do.
Great. Thank you very much. Are there any further questions from council on this? Is there anybody in the audience for public comment? Seeing none, nobody on Zoom either. If we don't have any further discussion on this fee request, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the fee schedule to increase daily rates from Elaine's Place from $65 a day to $72 a day.
Second.
We have a motion from Mian, a second from Ashley. Mian, how do you vote?
Mian, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously. Congratulations on your first presentation. Very much. And that takes us to 8B, introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the sale of Gold Run Unit 4B. And we have Ally probably running down the stairs.
And I am going to recuse myself from this one, Mayor. I had withdrawn my name from the Entrada unit, but not this one, even though my name is very low on the list. I don't want to ever give
Right.
any self-dealing or self-advantage. So I will be recused. Thank you.
Thank you for disclosing that. We'll give Ally a minute or two.
Oh, she is.
I should have just stayed down here. Thank you, Mary Erico. This is the second unit that was subject to the last lottery that we held under THA. This one is subject, someone was drawn from the lottery. This is the first reading. So this is the step one of disposing of this property. As previously mentioned, the charter does require 2 readings of an ordinance. So if you are willing to move forward with the sale of this unit to that chosen household from the lottery, We need to set this for a public hearing to happen at the next meeting.
Great. Thank you. Any questions for Ally? Is there anyone in the room for public comment on this agenda item? Seeing none and nobody on Zoom, unless there's further discussion, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve on first reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the sale of Gold Run 4B and direct the town clerk to set this matter for a public hearing on second reading of the same to be held on August 27th, 2024.
Second.
We have a motion from Mian, a second from Ashley. Mian, how do you vote?
And yes.
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Jesse Rios.
Shiva, yes.
Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Ally, thank you for hustling back down. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
That takes us to agenda item 8C, consideration of approval of a memorandum of understanding regarding wastewater treatment facilities and operations. Kevin Geiger to present. And we should probably make sure Dan knows.
I'm sorry.
He can come back.
While we're doing that, I'm going to pass out an attachment for council. I'll leave one on Dan's desk and send it over to Ms. Story von Sprecken and have it passed around, and I'll give an introduction to this issue. So what I'm passing around, Mayor, is an amendment to agenda item 8C, which, as you mentioned and introduced, is a memorandum of understanding regarding the formation of a wastewater treatment authority between the town of Mountain Village and the town of Telluride. The changes that are reflected for you, oh, I'm sorry, thanks for sending my agenda back. The changes that are before you are limited to what is page 2 under section 3. Some of this is going to follow up on the executive session that we had. And you'll recall that I took some language from that executive session and proposed a change to Mountain Village. That is the language that is about halfway down paragraph 3 and underlined and beginning, but not execution. And then I heard back, from the town of Mountain Village in the interim, just about an hour ago, that they are fine with that additional language, but would like to see another clause added. And that is the clause that has been handwritten in, rather than destroying a bunch of trees and copying this again. I just elected to copy the one page with that additional amendment. So if you move forward with approval of this MOU, what you would want to reference is the changes that have been proposed, both changes proposed in section 3. I did do a fairly quick memorandum on this issue. You'll find that at page 301 of your packet material, along with the actual MOU. I don't think I need to go through it in detail. Council's very familiar with it. This is an aspirational memorandum of understanding. This is not an actual legal agreement. This is not the IGA, the intergovernmental agreement that could come from the formation of an authority. This is just a document saying that the two towns are going to work forward and try to cooperate to form an authority in the near future. And the timing on this is by the end of this year. As you may know, we did have some discussion on that component as well. So rather than go through it in detail, I'll just leave it to council and see if you have any questions. Again, the memorandum's on 301. The changes now are reflected in a red line that's been handed out to town council, and a copy's been provided to the town clerk.
Great. Thank you, Kevin. Anyone from council have questions for Kevin on this agenda item? Seeing none, is there anyone in the room for public comment? Seeing none, anyone online? Nobody online?
I don't have a question. I just feel I need to say this to the listening public, that should we decide to form this authority, we lose our right as a utility or owner. And this right is the people's right. And this is an asset that the people own of this community. And there's value here. So I just think that this is an important thing for the community to understand, because water rights are worth something to the community, not just for negotiating purposes, but as we all know, water is one of our most precious natural resources. So I think that
Jesse, you're right. This doesn't. Yeah. Does it have a reference to? Does this have a reference to this MOU?
I just no, but when we do a water authority, we lose
wastewater
authority. We do that. So we control. So right now, the utility rights for wastewater is what ours controlling the water rights, is what I understand, right?
No.
No.
And you need, so just think of the two components are separate. The water right is the ability to draw water out of a source, either a stream, a lake, some other body like a well. The wastewater is just the deposition and the return of the water to a stream, in this case, a river. It's unrelated to the water right in its entirety.
So when we were negotiating with Genesee and utility right, that's what I meant to say, the utility right. So when we own the utility right,
What utility right?
You know,
when we were negotiating with Genesee to not annex them into the town of Telluride for the utility right, can you expand on that and what the value is
utility?
there?
Which
Okay.
utility?
So
So
with
explain
Genesee,
it.
what we were looking at doing and what we approved is both a water right to serve them pursuant to our municipal water rights, and then also an ability to treat their wastewater, even though they are outside the town jurisdiction. Hopefully that answers your question. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by a utility right. You're certainly not foregoing any utility right by entering into an authority discussion, and you're certainly not impacting your water rights at all.
So I was under the impression that if we get into an authority, we sacrifice our utility rights as the owner of the utility rights. So have I been misled?
So I suppose there's a scenario, but it'll be part of the negotiation about if an authority were to be formed, what areas would be served by that authority for wastewater purposes only. The way it's drafted right now is they would continue to serve, the authority would continue to serve any entity, any jurisdiction, any physical area that's currently served by the town of Telluride for wastewater purposes. The only other question that could come in would be additional areas, let's say in the county, that currently are not under a town agreement that we provide wastewater authority. So think of Lower Ilium, ski ranches, something like that, West Meadows, areas like that. If they wanted to come in and be served by an authority at some point in the future, they wouldn't come in under the town's existing service agreement, but any other entity, any other jurisdictional area, any other physical area subdivision that's currently served by the town of Telluride pursuant to our wastewater agreements, they would come in. And really what we're talking about is just wastewater.
Okay.
Because the authority discussion is just wastewater. It's not drinking water, what people would call potable water. It's not potable water at all. We're not looking at bringing in any kind of an authority. Some jurisdictions do have exactly what you're talking about,
Okay.
which is that they transfer both their sanitary service and their potable water into a separate authority. That's never been a discussion between the town of Telluride. Well, it probably was decades ago, but it hasn't been discussed recently between the town of Mountain Village and the town of Telluride.
And it
Distinct water
will
rights maintained by the distinct entities.
And Kevin, I want to be very clear, since this was brought up, that if we approve the execution, for you to execute this agreement, we are not giving anything up.
Yeah, this is just an aspirational memorandum of understanding that the parties want to work together, again, to the formation of a wastewater authority in the future. And all of those terms will be separately negotiated. They'll have to come back to you for separate approval pursuant to an intergovernmental agreement. And there's been no decision that's been made on any of that. This is just saying we would want to work together on this.
Great. Kevin, thank you for the clarification. Are there any further questions for Kevin from council? Anybody in the room for public comment? You have to step up to the microphone, pick a magic microphone, state your name and where you live, please.
Trevor King, West Dakota. So I just, I wasn't planning on saying anything, but it's always made me wonder why there isn't a group of Mountain Village, Town of Telluride, ski ranches, Ilium, Placerville that could all work together on wastewater. I know one of our biggest issues is infrastructure for all of those communities for affordable housing and just growth and development in general. Would it be too complicated in negotiations to set that up, or is that a potential to involve other groups? I know we just acquired some property down in Ilium. I mean, it seems like having other stakeholders may be advantageous.
Yeah, I think that is part of, or one envisioned area of discussion on an authority formation, that there are elements in the county that right now are not represented nor serviced by the existing facility. Part of it is from a geographic or physical point of view, that some of them are lower in elevation. They can't pump up the infrastructure to pump the effluent up would be rather extensive. But I think you're right, a new regional facility, the property hasn't been closed, just to make sure we're all on the same page. It's under contract. Town of Mountain Village has it under contract. They're looking at closing on it after a due diligence period of about a year, is my understanding. But should they close on it, then I think you're right. There will be components of the county that I think will be approached, or will have an opportunity to approach an authority for discussion about whether they could be served by that new plant. There's a lot of discussion between now and then. We don't even know exactly what the design would look like, what the engineering would look like, what the cost would be. But you're right, I think it does present a potential for additional service.
Cool. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Anyone on Zoom?
We do have one hand raised on Zoom. I'm going to unmute Shelley.
Great.
Hi, this is Shelley Duplan, Aldosoro Ranch Homeowners Company. I just wanted to share my experience with the Joint Sewer Authority that I was on as a board member in Summit County for 10 years prior to moving over here to Telluride. And I can't tell you how important this Joint Sewer Authority was to the lower Blue Valley in Summit County, which included Silverthorne, Dillon Valley, Buffalo Mountain Metro that I managed, and another HOA. And bringing and pooling all of our resources together to facilitate, efficiencies in wastewater, facilitate, sharing of expenses, planning, making sure that we had adequate treatment capacity, and then just keeping up with all of the treatment requirements by, the federal and state. And having these partnerships was key to making sure that we're keeping ahead of, all of these important issues. I would also really encourage the participation of other large, let's say HOA outside of town and or Mountain Village, Aldosoro Ranch being one, or ski ranches being another big part of this regional use of capacity at the wastewater treatment plant, to be part of this sewer authority. But when I was part of and as a board member, we didn't lose any sort of utility rights. It just enhanced the management and the cooperation of all of our municipalities, towns, and HOAs. So it was a fantastic organization. And I would highly recommend that the council pass this first step to make sure that you guys aren't missing out on anything. So thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your comments. They're appreciated. And I'll just like to chime in to both those comments that, we're working quickly, so we don't have the time to work at the same time to recruit who's going to be a part of it. That is the goal, is to have as many users as possible, but it's all based on what the design will be, what the cost will be. There's a lot of moving parts to it, but working together is certainly a priority. And then in preparation of a motion, Kevin, if we were going to have a motion that would state to approve this, can it be stated as simple as changes per number 3, or would you like to see it more specifically with what the exact changes are?
Do you want me to just read it?
You could either read it. If that's cumbersome, you can just say the changes in section 3 as distributed by the town attorney during the meeting.
Okay, great. I just wanted to be clear with that, so we don't have to do it twice if that's the direction that we go. Any further discussion from council because of the public commentary? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve a memorandum of understanding regarding wastewater treatment facilities and operations with the amendment in term section 3 stating, but not execution of the same IGA until the parties reach mutual agreement on the construction and financing aspects of the new wastewater treatment facility, unless the parties mutually agree to said execution at a date prior.
Second.
We have a motion from me and a second from Geneva. Meehan, how do you vote?
Meehan, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Elena, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously. That keeps us rolling on to agenda item 8D. Consideration to direct the town attorney and special counsel to file for a petition for a writ of I'm not going to pronounce this right.
Certiorari.
Thank you. To the Colorado Supreme Court regarding the Colorado Court of Appeals decision, Telluride Locals versus Kavanaugh 2023 CA 01035. And Kevin and Nick are here to present. We're a little early, so is Nick on the call, Kev?
It's not online yet.
I can take it for now, Mr. Mayor, and maybe we can get a quick email to Nick, just letting him know that we're on and ready. I know he's been provided the link, and I can certainly provide the introduction to this agenda item, Mr. Mayor. So we're looking at agenda item 8D, and to provide a little background, this is concerning a case that the town has been litigating since the fall of 2020. Just recently, on July 3rd, we received an opinion from the Court of Appeals, the Colorado Court of Appeals. And it was interesting because it was only on the 6 issues that were litigated, approximately 6 issues litigated to the Court of Appeals. The Court of Appeals elected to only make a decision or render a decision on 1 issue specific to whether an election is required should a PUD amendment, or even broader, a PUD formation, in their words, should be approved by the electorate of the town of Telluride. And you may remember some of the context on this. There was an initiative or an attempt to do an initiative starting in about 2019 and culminating in the lawsuit in 2020. And the town prevailed on a number of aspects of the district court litigation regarding how to amend a PUD, whether consent is required from individuals who now own within a PUD. District court provided both a summary judgment ruling and a ruling following a 3-day trial to the court, affirming the town's position on all those issues, except for the reversal by the Colorado Court of Appeals on the issue of whether an initiative to either create or amend a PUD, I've used that acronym, a planned unit development, can go before the voters for approval. And the Court of Appeals, in their decision, it's a decision we don't believe has been rendered or reached in any other court in the state of Colorado, ruled in favor of the initiative right going to the electorate. So we are in a position where we either are accepting that ruling and an election would be scheduled in the near future, or you can seek what's called a writ or a petition for a writ of certiorari, which is required to be filed in about another 8 days. The timing was 42 days after the ruling. If you do the math and the addition from July 3rd, that gets us out to August 14th. So what we are asking for your review is that town council consider whether you would like to direct the town attorney and special counsel to seek a petition for writ of certiorari. In this case, I can go into a lot of detail. We litigated this case over a 3-day period back in the fall of 2022. Make sure I get my timing on this. So it took us almost 2 years to get through the Court of Appeals on this.
Great.
Maybe that's 2023. I'm thinking it must not have been. It was 22. 2 years to get a decision on the Court of Appeals.
Wow. Kevin, thank you for the summary. While we wait for Nick to jump on, does any council member have any questions for Kevin?
I just wanted to clarify one part too, that they were saying that the right to put it on a ballot was because the determination was that this is a legislative act and those are subject to being allowed on to ballot initiatives, as opposed to an administrative act, which was the position that this was an administrative decision. That's why it wasn't subject to being allowed onto a ballot. Correct.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. There's actually really 3 categories that are probably under Colorado law. There's the legislative, and if something is deemed to be legislative, the right of initiative, the right of also referendum is deemed to apply. There's administrative actions, which think of administrative actions more like, establishing a curfew in your town park, or something of a very administrative nature that is usually delegated to a department head or a town manager. There's a 3rd category. The court didn't really address it, even though we briefed it. They addressed it in about a paragraph. There's a 3rd category of what's called quasi-judicial. Quasi-judicial is what we think this is. Quasi-judicial means that you take an application, it's a specific application, and you look at the application through a lens of criteria that's set usually in a land use code or a municipal code, a body of law that establishes the criteria, and then you take that body of law and you apply it to a specific application that's received. The court kind of didn't like or didn't want to talk about that third category, in my opinion, too much. I'm not sure exactly why, but we think this is either administrative or quasi judicial and not legislative. But you're right. If they found, and they did, that it's legislative, then the legislative action attaches a right to go either through an initiative process or a referendum process. And just real quick, just so we all make sure we understand, initiative is organic, coming from the public, the people. They say on their own. Let's give an example. I'll give an interesting example. Let's say that the initiative authority were used to set the speed limit in town. I'm not going to necessarily say whether that's legislative or not. I'm not going to get into that analysis, but that's one area where you could say, does the electorate get to set the speed limit in the town of Telluride? Probably a legislative act. Probably they could, but it's kind of an absurd example. Other examples that I think might be appropriate to consider are, again, quasi-judicial. Do we think that a subdivision should go through and get electorate approval before a landowner would even apply for and receive that subdivision approval? That's kind of the genesis of this question, which is, do you get to take a PUD that's approved, went through the Planning and Zoning Commission process, maybe it went to town council, depending on different land use codes that we had at the time, it either had to go to town council or the Planning and Zoning Commission. But then separate from that governmental approval, do the voters get to say, hey, we want to amend or even create on our own a new PUD, a planned unit development on this parcel of property? That's the issue that has been presented here. We think it's at variance to Colorado law. We know that no case in Colorado has ever addressed this issue. So we think that the Colorado Supreme Court may find some interest in that issue. And because we're in public session, I don't want to get into a lot of the detail of kind of our legal theory on this case. That's what we're asking town council. Are you comfortable asking your attorneys to seek a writ of certiorari with the Colorado Supreme Court on this case?
Great. Kevin, thanks for that further clarification. Tiffany, you want to check if Nick's on? He's
It's not on yet. I did email him.
okay. I'm, are there any questions for Kevin? I mean, I'm pretty comfortable with this topic, and while it'd be nice to have Nick chime in, I don't feel it's 100% necessary at this point in time. Are there any other, therefore, are there any other questions for Kevin on this? Is there anyone in the room for public comment on this? Seeing none in the room that.
Oh, yeah. Wait, no, they do.
I mean, you step on up. I mean, you gotta raise, now's the time. Raise your hand. And pick a microphone, state your name and where you live, please.
I'm Jenny Gordon, 495 West Dakota Avenue. I've been involved with this particular piece of property that is now the subject of the Supreme Court issue since 1984, when it was annexed to the town. And from annexation until today, that piece of property has always been considered sacred open space in a way. It's environmentally sensitive, it's steep hillside. And the developers over the PUD process have repeatedly tried to go up onto that hillside for part of their PUD, and they have been denied each and every time by staff. And the most recent iteration is one open space parcel, Unit A, that's part of a PUD that is listed as common open space in the PUD. And the town has taken the position, along with defendants from the PUD, who are also in the lawsuit as owners defending their rights, that this required PUD approval of some sort, and repeatedly denied hearing it in P&Z, repeatedly denied initiatives that were presented. So that's the genesis of the lawsuit. The lawsuit was really very appropriately, in my mind, decided by the Seventh Judicial Court, that basically found in favor of the rights of the PUD owners, the rights of the town, and that this was a administrative or quasi-judicial, but not a legislative action. So therefore was inappropriate for a ballot initiative to be placed by a citizens group. The citizens group is basically an arm of the owner of the property that was trying to get this approved, because they wanted rights to develop residential and seemingly deed restricted or whatever on that property. I think at this point, it would be tragic for the town not to continue to consider all of the hard work that's been done to date, and not move forward with a Supreme Court request for writ of cert. I'm not going to try to say it either. To at least decide once and for all. And if the Supreme Court doesn't want to hear it, we're done. Citizens initiatives will come. They will be what they will be. The PUD owners will have to sue after the fact, which is what this court finally decided, to assert their rights. That would be a shame. But the bigger picture is this could be across the whole state of Colorado. Every PUD in the state, including all the others in our communities, could be negatively affected by this. So I would urge you to let's go the next step. We fought for all of these years. We've defended this particular property for 40 years. Let's go ahead with all the hard work that's been done, and let us go ahead and see this through. So I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that. Anyone else in the room for public comment that would like to add something new?
Hi, I'm Annie Carlson, and I am a representative from the Butcher Creek neighborhood. I can't really say that I have much new to add because Jenny did a very thorough job of painting the whole picture, but I just wanted to say, as co-defendants in this case, we strongly urge town council to continue this fight and pursue the writ of cert because it's such an important issue. As Jenny mentioned, it could have negative impacts for other PUDs, not only in Telluride, but across the state. And we have fought this for so long, and we just need to continue to the fight and see this through.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Step on up. Repeat your name again for the record.
Used to this, Trevor King, 463 Dakota. So sounds like we're at an impasse that we don't know what's going to happen. And so I have a couple questions for Kevin. First and foremost, if the town council decides to move forward with going to the Colorado Supreme Court, are there, the Colorado Supreme Court attorneys? I know with the US Supreme Court, there's like 8 or 9 guys that they know the ins and outs of it. And if so, if Colorado has the same thing, is that someone that we could retain so that we have our best possible chance? And the second part of the question is, if this does end up going down to a vote in the future, how much transparency will be required by the developer as to what he's actually going to do? I actually just built my second home on that street and on the same side of the street that he's building or potentially building. And I know it's solid bedrock and I know it's incredibly expensive. And I know one of his statements is that he's going to build affordable housing. The excavation alone doesn't make it affordable. So I want to make sure that we don't get into a narrative that he's building affordable housing in an area that can never be affordable. And back to the point about wastewater and other places that we can actually grow truly affordable housing, stay the priority. I also, so I guess the question is, once it goes to the ballot, how clear do his plans need to be for that property? And how much are the town residents going to be subsidizing his project?
Great. Kevin, are you comfortable? I mean,
I can certainly address the first question. The second one, I'll offer an answer, but it probably won't be a satisfactory one.
Yeah.
The first one is, the U.S. Supreme Court has a distinct bar.
Yeah.
And there are very few lawyers in the United States who are actually admitted into the U.S. Supreme Court bar.
Okay.
And you're right. Traditionally, there are a narrow field of those individuals who actually take that case up to an oral argument at the U.S. Supreme Court. That's not the case at the Colorado Supreme Court. As long as you're a licensed attorney in Colorado or you're admitted into practice, what's called pro hac vice, which is on that case only, you can appear in front of the Colorado Supreme Court. We have outside counsel and they have presented to the Colorado Supreme Court. One of the partners at our outside firm has actually presented at the U.S. Supreme Court on a free speech issue. So we will be well represented should this be accepted up to the Colorado Supreme Court. And there is no limited bar to go up to the Colorado Supreme Court. On the issue of transparency, it's really going to depend on a number of things. What's the outcome of this case?
Right.
What would a ballot question look like if there is a ballot question, if we have to move forward with the ruling from the Court of Appeals? that said that the election had to be offered. And then I think there'll be a whole host of questions that can be asked of the developer during that election process of what their intentions are, what their resources are, things like that, how much they've studied the actual geotechnical of that site. I can't really get into that right now, but you're right. There's a whole host of questions that I suspect, should this decision stand, should it not be revised by the Colorado Supreme Court, and should an initiative petition come forward and receive the requisite number of signatures and be certified by the town clerk for an election, then a whole host of questions would come up, I think, during that election. And you're right, you've just identified a number of them.
Okay, cool.
Can I ask a question too, Kevin?
Sure.
Just because on your line of questioning, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, was that if a private developer wants to develop affordable housing, the town has we're not obligated to give any sort of support for that. So we wouldn't have to support financially or subsidize any project presented by a private developer. Is that correct?
You're not required to. There could be a proposal to assist. They might say, would you do the following? Would you consider a waiver of tap fees, a waiver of building permit fees, things like that?
Well,
I
we
would
have built
also-
into our land use code already.
Well, and that's part of the PUD process.
Some, yeah.
Public or affordable housing is a benefit that the town grants in exchange for increased building envelope, site coverage, et cetera, whatever, which is the exact issue at hand here is that PUD process.
But we wouldn't have to subsidize the rents of people or the purchase of those units in any way as a town if they chose to build it, right?
It would
we
be
don't own it.
free market, it would be mitigation units or free market built housing would not be town built. So we wouldn't be putting money into it necessarily.
This is not a town proposal to do affordable housing on common open space. The town is defending the common open space designation from the plat from 1994, 1995. And we were successful in that litigation. The only thing that we didn't receive a favorable decision on from the Court of Appeals was whether that initial issue has to go to an election among the electorate through the initiative process. And then there are a whole host of questions about what are the due process rights of those who purchased into a PUD that PUD said that land was going to be common open space forever. Right. And it's being changed or potentially could be changed if that election were to go through.
Great, Kip. Thank
you.
you for clarifying that. Anybody else in the room for public comment?
Laura Ellison, neighborhood, live right near all these guys. Putting aside how hard is it to build, who's going to pay for it, what, all those crazy questions. I think that I would just support everything my neighbors have said, and that the town, and I think probably a lot of you were sitting there at the time, decided it was important enough issue to fight it, brought it through to the point that it's at right now, and I hope that you'll see it through to the end. It was important enough then, and it's important enough now, and it'll have a lot of impacts. So that's about all I have to say.
Great, thank you. Anybody else in the room?
Hey guys, Emil Sante, a homeowner on Butcher Creek as well. I just wanted to let you know that as far as I know, every homeowner on Butcher Creek, save one residence that has a conflict, is in support and would echo everything Jenny Gordon just said. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. Tiffany, do we have anyone online with their hands raised? No. Okay, seeing no further comment from the public. Are there any further questions or discussion from council, whether for Kevin or amongst ourselves on this? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
I move to direct the town attorney and special counsel to file for a petition for a writ of certiorari to the Colorado Supreme Court regarding the Colorado Court of Appeals decision, Telluride Locals v. Kavanaugh 2023, CA 01035.
Second.
We have a motion from Dan, a second from Jesse Ray. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Elena, yes.
Steve, yes.
Me and yes.
Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously. That gets us to item 8E, consideration and approval of an intergovernmental agreement between the town of Mountain Village and the town of Telluride, whereby the town of Mountain Village will make the services of their electrical inspector available to the town of Telluride, and we have Zoe to present.
Thank you. I appreciate us getting this on the agenda. So just some quick background. The town of Mountain Village and the town of Telluride had a similar agreement in the past. where we shared an electrical inspector. With state standards, it's very difficult to retain a local electrical inspector because you have to have a master electrician's license. With that, we value this partnership because also the level of work is appropriate for a shared position. Recently, we entered that agreement with the town of Mountain Village, and Drew Harrington, who was the electrical inspector up there, who was planning to retire, he decided to stay on for both municipalities as a part-time employee as we look toward another solution. So we're very grateful for him to kind of, in no other words, would be the Band-Aid for us as we work toward the next step or evolution in our agreement. The town of Mountain Village has since then hired a new electrical inspector, and we hope to now continue an intergovernmental agreement for that shared use. And that's what you see in front of you today. Because Drew is looking to retire, I believe his last day is going to be not sometime next week or the week after. So very soon, this is going to then go in front of the town of Mountain Village Town Council at their August 15th meeting to approve. So appreciate the quick review on this as well.
Great. Zoe, thank you very much for the summary of the agenda item. Are there any questions from council for Zoe?
Thing that I just noticed, and it's not a deal breaker, but I think it highlights the difficulty in filling this position is the limitation on Fridays in the contract. And that's more or less being off the table unless previously agreed on in writing. So I just assume that that's the best we can get.
Yeah, and it could be, and I'm not 100% sure, but maybe he works 4/10s and doesn't work on Fridays or something along those lines. But again, if we have a backup, we have a lot of opportunities for that
Okay.
communication.
Okay, sounds good. All's good, just was interesting.
Yeah.
Yep. Any other questions for Zoe? Seeing no public comment in the room, and I don't think there's anyone online. I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve an intergovernmental agreement between the town of Mountain Village and the town of Telluride, whereby the town of Mountain Village will make the services of their electrical inspector available to the town of Telluride.
A second.
We have a motion from me and a second from Dan. Me, and how do you vote?
Ian, yes.
Dan, yes.
Elena, yes.
Jessica, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously. That takes us to agenda item number 9, Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority, and there are no items for that, which takes us to agenda item number 10, administrative reports, and that goes back to Zoe for the manager's report in 10A.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will start off with some updates from the manager's office where Chair 7 in Carhenge. So obviously the current conceptual exercises, which are in a visioning process for what could happen on some of the parcels of Carhenge and Chair 7. We want to thank the over 100 people who attended our July 15th open houses, and we now have received 95 additional public comments through our online form, which closed on July 26th. So with this immense amount of feedback, the town of Telluride and the Telluride Ski Resort are excited to present an updated draft redevelopment plan in the coming months. We're now working with our consultants to synthesize and summarize the feedback to aid the future direction. Again, this marks a significant step toward enhancing the base of Chair 7 and Carhenge parking lot with a strong emphasis on community involvement. I want to just reiterate that we remain committed to ensuring the redevelopment plan aligns with the needs and aspirations of our residents, aiming for a vibrant and well-planned area benefiting everyone. So this plan is intended to come to town council on August 27th. Oh, excuse me. The plan is intended to come to town council on the 27th meeting to review this immense amount of public feedback and determine what the next steps are going to be for the phase 2 of this project. I just also wanted to plug that any interested individuals can sign up for emails on the project at bit.ly which is bit.ly/TOT news, or visit bit.ly/Chair 7 Carhenge for more information. So with that update, we'll have, of course, more to come, but I know this is a of interest to the public, so want to keep them updated. From our sustainability division, the town received funds from the Colorado Energy Office Charge Ahead Grant Program to install 6 new level 2 charging ports to further its commitment to sustainability. So we're looking to install some additional EV chargers. Open space. So the open space meeting occurred last night where the Telluride Mountain Club presented a request for $30,000 to assist with the club's consultant expenses associated with the U.S. Forest Service NEPA, or National Environmental Policy Act, process. And that process is to assess the environmental effects of a proposal and to understand kind of what those decisions might have impacts on. And that is for the club's 2023 trail proposal. And the open space will be providing comments throughout that proposal and the NEPA process. And the funding will come from a contribution would be from the open space fund set aside line item. And so the club, the Mountain Club, has also received financial support from San Miguel County and the town of Mountain Village for this project. So we're just also aiding them in that. From the housing updates, quickly, Voodoo Affordable Housing Project. We are, of course, as I think many people know, under construction. We're about 80% complete, and the lottery process is now underway. Shandoka Building F, Phase 1. We are under construction, about 70% complete, looking to complete that in October of 2024. Canyonlands Tower House project. Project is still in pre-construction entitlement phase. And we have the HARC meeting in August to consider the Tower House townhomes and final HARC approval. Virginia Placer Phase 2. So that is about 9 units, primary for town operational needs. And that's in the preliminary HARC review process as well. And Shandoka Building F Phase 2, which is the refresh of 14 existing rental units. Pre-construction services to be completed in August, and a decision to proceed would occur in September. So we're working on that. And then, as I just mentioned, with Car Hinge redevelopment, where we are in that process, and we are going to tie in this Phase 2, the Lot L redevelopment, to tie those in a little bit more in sync and in parallel. And we'll continue working through that as part of our housing projects as well. From the Public Works, they want us to just give a quick update from the Transit Division. The Town Transit Division secured just under $2 million through FTA's 5339B bus and bus facility program. And the funding will address deficiencies in the facility, including the inadequate office space, insufficient parking, and other aspects for bus maintenance and repairs. From our water wastewater division, the Public Works Department has been approved for the DOLA EIAF Tier 2 grant to be reimbursed up to just under $800,000, or approximately 50% of project cost, for a cured in place pipe and sanitary sewer lining project. So this project should be advertised by mid-August and awarded by end of September, and aims to eliminate up to 100,000 gallons per day of groundwater, stormwater infiltration to our sewer system. So very important work, and we got some great money to aid with that. Parks and Recreation, just a heads up from the facility side that the next group reservation window for the campground for September 16th through October 6th. Opened up at 9 a.m. on August 5th. So that's open. The Town Park Pool will close for the 2024 season on August 25th, and reduced hours will in the final week due to staffing shortages, AKA they're going back to school, all of the college kids. Recreational programming, adult softball season ended on July 25th, and the soccer season starts August 5th. And just some quick upcoming events. We had some great events, including the Kodo Duck Race, 1-to-1 Family Day, Church in the Park, and others. And we, of course, have Jazz Fest coming up this weekend, which is August 9th through 11th, Mushroom Festival the following on August 14th through the 18th, and the Mountain Run on August 24th. For CASE, grant applications are going to be released on August 9th. And just so quick update on the Town Park Warming Hut and Washstand project. They received their HARC approval on July 19th, and they're just finalizing all the construction documents with a start for late September to start construction. And that's all I have for the group.
Great. Zoe, thank you very much. Any questions for Zoe on her manager's report? Seeing none. Kevin, we'll go to you for an attorney's report.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just a couple things. We've talked a little bit already about the Butcher Creek issue, and we'll implement your formal motion on that. The only other one I'll mention is I've periodically provided you updates on the short-term rental litigation. And you know that there are a number of companion cases that are working through the state of Colorado. Previously briefed you on the Estes Park decision and the Summit County decision. Within the last couple of weeks, another decision came out of Breckenridge. You may remember Breckenridge, I believe, used EPS, the consultant that we used for our regulatory fee analysis. And that federal litigation that was filed by STR owners in Breckenridge, let me back up a little bit. Breckenridge set up a cap system. We didn't establish a cap system. They set up a cap system. 2,200 was their maximum number of STRs in the town. And they also set up 4 distinct zones. And in those different zones, you could have different levels of STR use or activity in a different zone, depending on where it was in the town. More residential, less STR use, more commercial, more accommodations based, higher STR use. The federal court in Denver just 2 weeks ago dismissed all the claims against the town of Breckenridge that were filed by the property owners, the STR owners who were appealing or litigating that issue. Again, not binding precedent necessarily, but we now have 3 federal court decisions, Estes Park, Summit County, and Breckenridge, that have come down and affirmed on pretty much similar issues: equal protection, Dormant Commerce Clause claims, due process considerations. They have affirmed the local jurisdiction's enactment of STR limitations. So we still wait for that decision to come from our federal district court, and I'll provide you an update when it does come. I can get you that decision. Does anyone want to review it? I've provided you the 2 other ones in the past. I'll send it out to you. It's an interesting read if you have a cup of coffee and are willing to spend 30 minutes. I'll send it to you. That's the only thing, Mayor. Thank you.
Kevin, thank you very much.
Kevin, I have a quick question. When it comes to president, do you think that, I mean, because Telluride, you look at Breckenridge compared to Telluride, I mean, the number of condos there is astronomical compared to Telluride. I mean, it's not comparing apples to apples even closely. I mean, there's no, I mean, it's not a precedent necessarily because you can't compare the number of units here to the number of units there. I mean, there's hundreds of thousands of units there where there's, maybe 1,000 here.
Well, I mean, every jurisdiction always has its own unique aspects. The federal claims, though, that have been advanced, both in the Estes Park case, the Summit County case, the Breckenridge case, have all been consistently about government regulation of STRs and whether they either violate what's called the Dormant Commerce Clause, the Equal Protection Clause, or due process considerations in enactment of the same. So I do think that there are precedential values that relate to all of those cases and also relate to our case, recognizing that there are distinct differences between one community and another and how much STR use they have. Again, we didn't even, as you know, we didn't impose a cap. There was the temporary cap, and then that temporary cap was lifted. There's no cap right now that's in place. So I think our case is probably even a little more distinct than some of the other cases that have come down. Estes Park had a cap. Summit County clearly had either caps or prohibitions in certain zone districts, and Breckenridge had an overall cap as well, along with zone districts that regulated within the zone district itself. So
And they also have a high fee, business license fee structure that they sort of derived from the employee mitigation fees, the same way we did with the same consulting company.
yeah, I believe they did have a
That's what
regulatory
we're
fee.
being sued about.
That's one of the aspects that we're being sued on. That's correct. Yeah, the regulatory fee.
What was that first one that you said, the dormant, what was it?
It's called the Dormant Commerce Clause. And the way I look at Dormant Commerce Clause, I'll give you a prime example that came out in the 1930s on it. State of Colorado, I'll just give you a hypothetical. State of Colorado says bacon grown or raised in the state of Colorado comes in. bacon,
Sorry, I was. just wanna
bacon.
make
I'm
sure.
just picking a good,
Okay,
a
just
service,
checking.
a good. I'm just trying to pick up random good or service. Let's say they gave preferential treatment to bacon or pigs that were raised in the state of Colorado versus those that are raised in Texas. And if they said, we're going to impose a higher tax rate on pigs that are brought in and processed from Texas and sold as bacon in Colorado, that sort of preferential tax treatment is what can run afoul of what's called the dormant commerce clause. And what that means is there's this provision in the Constitution, the US Constitution, that basically says you have to treat all states on equal footing and equal basis. So you can't put the state of Texas, in my example, at a disadvantage for selling its pig parts to the state of Colorado, where they have preferential tax treatment. But it's not universal. So I'll give you another example on that. It's fully defensible to say state of Colorado individuals who want to hunt and get a license to hunt an elk in the fall, they only have to pay a $55 fee to get a Colorado elk license. Whereas someone from out of state, any state other than Colorado, the fee's more like $500 or $600 for an out-of-state license. So dormant commerce clause doesn't come up always, and it doesn't always say that something that you can't treat another state in a different way. It just says you can't treat that other state in a way that substantially puts that state at a disadvantage for selling the product that it wants to sell in Colorado, for instance. So it's a pretty complicated area of the law, but it really requires that state or that local jurisdiction to discriminate in an unlawful way to a substantial detriment of that out-of-state interest. And that's what the dormant commerce clause is about. That's kind of a constitutional law 101 to the extent I
Great.
can give you that off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Yep.
Kevin, thank you. Any other questions for Kevin? We will restart our council reports. Elena, you're still up.
Yeah, I actually realized I haven't had any other meetings, so that big one was all I had.
Okay. Jesse Ray?
Yeah, just to add on to what Zoe said about open space, we're gonna be maybe contributing up to $30,000 for the NEPA for the Telluride Mountain Club Trail, which is great. I won't pontificate on that. And then we're still working on goats on the valley floor. We've got some red tape that we're still trying to work on, so we'll keep you updated on that. And then we reviewed and provided comment to Trout Unlimited on the latest plans for the river restoration, the US Forest Service and EPA Boomerang Road. And then we are also working on scheduling some upcoming site walks for trailheads and fences and beaver activity. So it's pretty quick and easy.
Anita?
Sweet. I was invited to attend the Behavioral Health Solutions panel to talk about the mental health provider unit for the Voodoo unit that we are setting aside, and the recommendations that we got from that panel. We had a great discussion. They recommended, and I'm going to read off the titles that they are recommending to qualify for access to this unit. So the panel, so if you're listening and you have one of these titles, you would be eligible to apply for the mental health unit, which is a 2-bedroom in the Voodoo building. So panel would recommend the spot to go to a licensed mental health professional or postgraduate candidate actively seeking one of the following licensures. There's licensed professional counselor, licensed marriage and family therapist, licensed clinical social worker, licensed addiction counselor, licensed psychologist, or licensed psychiatrist. The other thing that the panel recommended that I think that we would probably all get on board with is that there's a really large need for mental health professionals who speak Spanish in the region. And they were asking if we would be supportive of giving priority to a bilingual counselor, and that would be sort of run the same way we do with an ADA unit, where if somebody qualifies and they do speak Spanish, that sort of bumps them to the top of the list if there's multiple applicants. And I said that I would assume that everybody would be on board with that, but wanted to obviously check with the board and see what we think. That's the recommendation from the panels, to give priority or preference to one of these counselors who speaks both Spanish and English.
if all things else are equal, and that's the tough part, I don't feel qualified to necessarily speak on qualifications for a mental health professional. It's a whole field with a lot of different factors on it. I agree that that is an important part of our community I want to serve, but I don't know if I feel prepared to say that is the top qualification above all else.
Well, they're giving us a list of titles that could qualify for this unit and saying that there's not more or less need for any of these specialties within the mental health care world. So, you know, social worker, marriage and family therapist, all of the licenses that I just mentioned, they're giving those submitted. I think they're utilizing the definition of mental health care worker that they use for other things in their program, and would just ask, you know, that we utilize that research and that that definition, as well as give priority to a Spanish speaking provider. The other thing we discussed, and if everyone on council will remember, that we waived the qualification, the affordable housing qualifications for this unit. But part of the discussion that I had in terms of hours and all of that, but part of the discussion we had also, the panel agreed that the provider should actively be serving majority San Miguel County clients. So that is something that I think that we could put in there as a continuing qualification, that, you know, we don't have a provider that is mostly seeing clients remote from across the country or whatever, because the real true point of this action of having a mental health care worker unit is to have more providers in our community available to our community members.
It's going to be a lottery, correct? Is that the idea, or is it going
It's
to
gonna
be
be
based on?
Yeah, it's gonna be separate from the other Voodoo lotteries, since we've already picked the unit. It's a 2-bedroom unit. We sort of approved which unit that was gonna be and what the rent is gonna be for that unit. And so we would essentially work with staff to create, or staff would create a separate application form for this unit. And the recommendations from the panel are to list all of these different licenses and whether the provider has already achieved their license, or if they are postgraduate but earning their hours to sit for their boards or whatnot to achieve that license, and they're seeing clients and that sort of thing under the supervision of somebody else. They thought that that would be a good category of provider to include as well. So those are the recommendations from the panel. And unless anybody disagrees with that, I've already shared this recommendation with staff, meaning Lance, and with Delaney, who are, you know, working together on creating how the lottery is going to go and the application packets, but wanted to, of course, bring it up to everybody here at the THA or in town council.
Great.
Any
questions?
Ginny knows what I'm about to say.
Go for it.
I want to ensure that if we are dedicating this unit at a deed restricted rental price point, that the individual that is filling that unit is also providing truly affordable mental health care for our community here. We've got an incredibly diverse community that can pay all sorts of different varying levels. And I think if we are taking our asset and using our taxpayer funds to subsidize the rent, I want to make sure that that individual is providing mental health services to the people that, you know, are at risk but cannot necessarily afford the traditional pricing that we see with our current service providers.
On that note, I mean, I agree with everything you said. There is also thankfully wonderful programs, I believe, through Tri-County Health Network to help support coverage up to at least 6 visits a year for mental health visitation. So I don't disagree with what you're saying. Thankfully, we do have numerous resources in our community to help support people.
And there are people from Tri-County who are on this panel that were in the meeting that we had.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Was there any discussion about any sort of, I don't want to say requirement, but maybe an incentive to provide any sort of crisis counseling? Because currently in our community, the only type of crisis counseling we have is through the resource center. Then they specifically only deal with domestic violence issues, and they won't just help general crisis with mental health. So I'm just curious if that was brought up at all in the selection process for this.
I'm trying to distill down the message. I think that the sentiment was we have great need of all of these different kinds, and rather than pick which is more important than the other, we are just going to stick to the definition of what a mental health care professional is overall within their organization, and that we should adopt that, and we'll see who applies, and one of them will get in, and we have need for all of these different things, whether it's crisis or ongoing family therapy or addiction therapy specialty or whatnot. And this is one unit, and it's the first unit of its kind. And they kind of didn't want, my impression was they didn't want to get too bogged down into recommending one specific type of mental health professional over another.
I guess if we're doing a lottery though, to me, it seems like the way that we give like additional entries for specific, characteristics that we perceive as valuable in our renters. Like if you've been here for a long time, if you're graduated from school here, you work a certain number of hours, whatever. I'm just curious if like, maybe that is a way to address some of this, is like the idea that we would prefer a person who is bilingual, but maybe that doesn't necessarily give them like a huge priority. It just maybe gives them another entry, maybe something like assessing. I am focusing a little bit on the crisis thing because I know that it does not exist. Like if you have somebody who is passed away and a family member needs somebody to talk to, there is nobody through Tri-County, there is nobody at the county level, there's nobody to get on a phone and talk to with that person that's local. You have to call a national hotline. So I'm just wondering, like, if we're doing a lottery, if we could weight our preferences in a certain way, not necessarily saying we're going to exclude people from entering, but giving additional weight to their entry if they tick some of these boxes that we're looking for. Like if they're willing to do, hey, I'll be on call X number of hours a month, that would maybe give them an extra entry. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of how we can, I don't want us to, again, like you're saying, get narrow, but that would be my 2 cents, is maybe we could identify some of the areas that we would have preference in and give maybe extra entries or something like that to those people.
Sounds like we need to have a little work session with council on this board or something like that.
I was hoping everybody was going to take the advice of the behavioral health panel that they recommended, which is, here's the list of titles that we think you should include, and we think that bilingual is the most important for our community, and they are the experts in this field. And I think we can all think of a time in our lives where, or in our jobs, where we're seeing a high need for this, but I don't want our personal opinions to be getting in the way of the recommendations from the experts personally.
I actually agree with that.
I mean, I think that's a fair assessment. And we have, I mean, this is an ongoing relationship. So this isn't a unit that we just turn over to them forevermore. So if in 3 years we find that we don't feel like it's necessarily serving the intent of the program, we can reevaluate, correct?
I mean, the tenant would be on an annual lease like anybody else in the,
So maybe even quicker.
While I agree with everything that's been said, I also tend to kind of default to the experts on this. I do want to make a comment about the bilingual aspect. I think that, we should be a little bit more specific about what that means. And I think that should mean that you offer services in both English and Spanish, not that you just check a box that you took Spanish in college, but don't actually offer services, or that you only offer services in Spanish and not in English. I think it needs to be specifically, I will offer my professional services in both Spanish and English, if that's going to be something that we include. I think without being specific about what that means, it doesn't necessarily get at the intent, which is to have mental health services more accessible to everyone, not just Spanish speakers and not just English speakers. So I would, in that on that note, I just think I'm being specific about what that means for us in like the application.
Yeah,
Like a little more summary from like the panel. It seems like a little more information than just. Seems like a lot for a council report to make a decision on who's getting a unit, you know, like.
I mean, the way that this has always been phrased is
Like,
that
I'd like to see something on paper. I'd like to hear, like, have a little more detail from the panel, from the experts.
I mean, we from the beginning said that we would work with them to develop a selection process, and rather than having multiple long meetings where we get in the weeds, I think that we should just go with what the experts are telling us. But I can take this feedback to them and say some council members are concerned about this or that. What do you think? And see what they say.
I don't think a typed up recommendation is asking too much.
Well, that is that topic. And then also yesterday had an SMRHA board meeting, where we discussed potentially, right now we have a council member, a county commissioner, a staff member from each jurisdiction, and a member at large. And we were discussing perhaps adding an alternate member at large, just so that we could get more voices in the room. And in case our at-large member of the community who's on the SMRHA board can't be in attendance, then we are always able to have 5 votes. And we also discussed, the county is considering potentially changing the way their compliance and exception review process works, so that perhaps those hearings go to a hearing officer instead of to the elected board members. So we discussed that. And the last thing I'll mention is that the housing needs assessment is open. Please fill it out. There's an online opportunity to do so. I believe that you can get to it at engagetelluride.org. And 1 survey per household, please. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you. Mian?
The only meeting I had was gondola leadership, which you all attended. But I guess just for the listening public, we reviewed a few different aspects. One was the visitation, specifically regarding capacity and passenger flow over the 4th of July. The lines certainly grew significantly. And so it was a really good footnote to the conversation as to building a new gondola that had faster capacity and more capacity in general. During that meeting, we also discussed the upcoming ballot initiative and the survey results that we are seeing from the survey to the public, as well as, what else did I talk about? Really ultimately the campaign timeline, and then a little bit into the actual physicality of the structure itself, and some of the data points that were provided to us by some of the vendors. So PAMA and Doppelmayr specifically, as far as the size of the cabins, tower placement, any of the other compliance requirements that may be a part of the procurement process, and allow the leadership committee to be able to ask their questions and hear from the experts. And that was about it.
Great. Thank you, Mian. Ashley?
I have very short reports also. I had a Parks and Rec meeting, which I think was the shortest one I've attended yet. It was really short. All that was discussed was an additional day for the film festival in the Park Pavilion on August 19th, which was approved for them to do their setup and stuff like that. So that was, like I said, pretty sweet, pretty short. And then I had a museum board meeting. The overall kind of discussion in that meeting was focused a little bit on financials, where we are for this year. Museum is doing well. They would have liked, I think, a little bit better turnout to the the root beer float that they do during the fundraiser they do during the 4th of July. And there was some talk about, because of all of the activities down at the park, maybe they lost some attendance from that there. And then there was also discussion about the upcoming fundraiser that they're going to be doing at the new depot. So tickets are on sale for that now. If you would like, it's the Telluride dinner party. So it is a dinner party hosted by the museum. It should be a very swanky, kind of fancy, fun evening. So if you're interested in checking out the newly restored historic depot and, supporting the museum, I would encourage everybody to come and check that out. We also talked about the new Keystone Gorge Loop Trail interpretive signs that were installed. So if you've ever been on that hike down there, there's some new signage to kind of explain some of the historic aspects of that. We saw photos of that. It looks really cool. I'm just now being cleared for hiking since my knee replacement. So hopefully I'll get to go and check that out and see that. So I would encourage everybody to check that out. There's also some new partnerships that are kind of in the works right now to get some more signage and stuff put up around town, which I think sounds really exciting. That's kind of preliminary with a partner that wants to work with us on that. So I'm sure we'll be hearing more about that in the future. But yeah, overall, good things happening at the museum. Like I said, check out the website for the tickets to that the dinner party, which I think sounds really fun.
Ashley, thank you. Dan, anything to add?
Not a huge update from me. Planning and zoning for last month was canceled. So no P&Z meeting last month. Eco Action Partners held an annual review of their executive director, Emma Girona, and we all did this individually. So it's still being compiled to just help provide review and guidance for her. And then it's a great opportunity as well where we as a town can check in with that organization and the other partners that collaborate with EAP and hopefully just continue to find synergy and growth working forward with that. So there will definitely be more coming with that. And then the other one that just hadn't got mentioned, you all know about this, but for the listening public, we have selected 4 finalists for the town manager position. One of them, of course, is Zoe. And then the 3 other ones are Craig Howard, Silas Clark, and Chris Castilian. There is an opportunity for the public to have a meet and greet. It's next Tuesday between 5 to 6 at the Show Bar. So if any of the listening public is interested in meeting any of the finalists for the town manager position, I encourage you to show up to the Show Bar next Tuesday between 5 and 6.
Great. Dan, thank you very much. I've got just a couple quick things. I attended as well as me in the grand opening of Telluride Science. And as Ashley stated, the building is worth checking out. The deck is awesome. They did a really good job on a tight time frame, and it's a facility I think we can be proud of. So great job by them. And then I wanted to follow up for us based on climate action plan and goals from Kenny at the Telluride Airport in terms of sustainable aviation fuel, because that was on our checklist and there was no update or motion of progress. You may all know this, but Telluride was the first airport that did feature that, and 10% of all of Jet A fuel sold is SAF, and their goal is to double that to 20% by 2030. Their biggest challenges are there are only 2 location manufacturers currently, and they're hopeful that another facility in Southern California will be ready to produce shortly. But I just wanted to give that update for where we're at there. And that's it from me. Then we will go on to agenda item 10D, related organizational reports. I assume we have none. We don't. Comments on payments. That's, if you have any comments, provide them by email. And that gets us to the favorite part of the meeting, which is adjourn. And we will by mutual. 3